Welcome back to Sydney Parade for the final of the LHK Insurances Alan Murray T20 finals between Leinster Cricket Club and Pembroke Cricket Club. Mark Jones on comms here, and I'm joined this afternoon by Fintan McAllister. Afternoon, Fintan. How are you, mate?
Afternoon, Jonesy. Delighted to be here, and I'm looking forward to hopefully what's going to be a cracking game between two very good sides.
Yeah, they seem to be the two form teams of the day anyway. Both had comfortable wins in their respective semi-finals. Pembroke got 150 and they won by 50 odd runs. We just see the toss here now, which is quite amusing. Bilal nearly hitting Stapleton with the coin. I believe Pembroke won the toss and elected to field first. Opening the batting for Leinster will be Bilal Azar, and I think that's Tristan De Beer. And opening the bowling for Pembroke is Stapleton. So it should be an interesting game. It's the same wicket that the semi-final was played on, as we talked about earlier on. The ball didn't seem to be coming on in the semi-final. So 150 ended up being quite a good score in the end, and I have a feeling a similar score might just be enough on the day.
And the sun is shining out here in Pembroke, and hopefully what's going to be a cracking game.
Yeah, we are starting half an hour earlier. With Leinster playing up the road, Anglesey Road, they didn't have too far to travel down for this final, and there is a bit of weather due to come in later on, so they're using the extra half hour that they're starting early to give an hour's grace as opposed to just half an hour's grace on losing overs. So that was the thinking behind that. Fuller this time from Stapleton. Bit of a misfield. They're going to come through for a quickest single. Yeah, he gets home, no problem.
Probably disappointed that he didn't pick that up on the first go. And they're off the mark.
Yeah, the first run to a final. It's always nice as a batter to get off the run. Get off the big duck, isn't it? You know that, Fint, as well as I do.
Of course.
Opening the innings. So how's your first year of retirement been, Finty?
It's been good now. Unfortunately, the knee just caved on me, so had to give it up. But I suppose that comes with the territory of wicket keeping.
You won't just play as a batter now?
I don't know if I get picked.
Yeah, this is true. De Beer looked a little bit at sea there playing up and managed to scamper through for a single. Call by Bilal.
And Pembroke here probably with a bit of an advantage, having home advantage, and already seeing how the wicket plays.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
Great day out for the club.
Yeah, Leinster have made it to a number of finals in recent years. They've done really well. Always continuously improving. There's some decent young players. Tristan De Beer now, as I say, opening up the innings here today. Probably full of nerves, as you would be. A young lad opening the batting. Down the leg side. Signal the wide.
And a good stop there by Greg Hollins. Keeping wicket for the Pembroke side.
Yeah, he kept well in the first innings. Or sorry, in the first game, I should say.
On full strength, you'd have to say, Jonesy, that probably Pembroke, it's probably one of the best ever club sides, I'd imagine. You've probably seen.
When you've all the internationals playing, you mean?
Yeah.
It'll be a tough side to get into, all right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Be a few people disappointed.
There would be, all right, yeah. You've got Lorcan Tucker, Barry McCarthy, Andrew Balbirnie, Josh Little on the sidelines today. So, yeah, it'll be a tough enough team to get into. You'd still make it, though, Finty. I'll pick you. In fact, I think I did pick you a lot. It's only because you could drive them. Fit all the gear in the back of the Berlingo. Off we went to Derry. Stapleton continues that back of a length, which has been found to be very difficult to get away. We have a good bowling line up the Pembroke side. With Stapleton, Ollie Riley, and can't think of the third seamer was. Oh yeah, Brian McDonough. Three tall enough bowlers bowling at decent clips. The Balbriggan batters certainly found it difficult to get away, and I suspect that the Leinster batters will have the same difficulties.
And Blally's been a real stalwart for Leinster over the years.
It's been magnificent, yeah, magnificent. That's the end of the first over. Leinster 3 for without loss. Yeah, Bilal was in his second or third season when I finished up, and I finished up a long time ago. So he's had it a good 10 years, if not longer.
He's been a great servant.
And it is Byron McDonough to open from the St. John's Wood end. So tell us a bit about life as a development officer for Cricket Leinster, Fintan.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been in the job now for 11 years and working for Dublin City in partnership with Dublin City Council.
What does it entail? Are you going into schools a lot, or what way does it work?
Yeah, I suppose it's split a bit 50-50 with Leinster work as well. You're going into your schools in Dublin City probably more throughout the winter period, and then when it comes to the summer, work with the underage teams with the Leinster squads. So we're off to Belfast with the under-17s this week.
Excellent. Not much foot movement there from Tristan De Beer, but he managed to squeeze that one through backward point. They come back for a couple. Jack Tector doing the fielding. One of the YM imports.
Yeah, as you said, not much foot movement there, but he was able to pierce the field.
All three Tectors are playing this afternoon.
A great cricketing family.
Very much so. Very good sporting family, full stop. All play golf to a high standard as well, or a low standard, depending on what you want to look at it. Swinging a miss, very, 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 very noticeable that he's not moving his feet at all there, Finty. You just threw the hands at that one there.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit stuck in the crease there now.
I'd say the nerves are at the young lad. They're thinking about putting a slip in here, I suspect. Just wondering where to take it from, maybe. Attorney Hollins is asking for one, but no. Field is remaining. Width on offer there. Slapped over point by De Beer, and that's gone all the way for 4.
Yeah, just a short and wide ball there, and he'll feel a lot more comfortable in himself now after getting his first boundary away.
Fielded by former Pembroke stalwart Theo Lawson out there at deep point. There with his new baby. And that's the first boundary of the day for Leinster. The score moves on to 9. And yeah, it might ease a few fears for Tristan De Beer. Short this time. De Beer latches onto it and just helps it round the corner. Back-to-back boundaries for Leinster.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that. And probably just needs to tighten up a bit more here with the bowling. Just bit both sides of the wicket at the moment.
There was actually a 12 ball over in the first semi-final here, Vincent. 3 wickets and 5 wides.
All right.
Only 1 run off the bat. Very strange over. A bit wider this time, and De Beer plays over the top, but that didn't really bounce up for him. That's the end of the second over. The score moves on to 13 without loss.
I think Leinster will be happy enough with this start.
Yeah, well, as I say, the ball didn't seem to be coming onto the bat now in the first semi-final here. And Harry came on in the third over in the first semi-final as well. Listen, repeating the case here with his right arm off breaks. Did really well. 2 for, is that a 1 or 2 for 13 or 14 in his 4 overs? They found him really difficult to get away. Now I'm saying that the Balbriggan lads never really went after him. I have a funny feeling Bilal is not going to die wondering here. So only 2 men out. They are at deep square and at cow corner.
And Bilal, he's really transformed himself into a batter, didn't he? When he started off, he was probably more down the order, and he's worked his way up.
It helps being captain as well. Oh, a bit of a mix-up here, and it could be run out. No, just about made it. Throw was a bit wayward. A better throw now, and Tristan De Beer would have been gone there. He seemed to be sitting on his bat.
Yeah, Bilal called him through, and it was his call. Lucky enough for him, there was no run out.
Yeah, no, Bilal always fancied himself as a batsman, but as I say, when I was playing 10 years ago, he always batted 9, 10 or 11. As soon as he take over as the captain's armband, he stuck himself into open.
You're allowed to that as captain.
Absolutely. Open the batting and the bowling. I did it for a couple of seasons. A bowl from Harry there, slow and wide. Advances down the track and hits this one over a lot wide, long on for a 1 bounce 4. Very well played from De Beer. Didn't try and overhit that. Very controlled shot.
It's a cracking shot there for 4 runs. Kept the head still and just ponged it over mid-on.
That'll give Harry something to think about now. As I said, no one really attacked him in the first in the first game. He's changing the field here. He's bringing his deep square in and putting the long on back. So is this a bit of mind games now from Tector?
He'll be using all his experience.
He stays around the wicket anyway. It's well bowled.
Yeah, and the Bear just looked to give himself a bit of room.
He's switching round to over the wicket now. Screen's going to have to be moved. There's someone up there.
Yeah, plenty of chopping and changing here from Harry, trying to keep it fresh.
Pulled on more into the wicket now.
Yeah, looked like a bit of a quicker ball.
Yeah, another swing and a miss from De Beer. It's amazing he advanced down the track for his boundary. He hasn't looked to come down the wicket yet, or since that shot.
Yeah, he looks like he's just trying to give himself a bit of room here and hit it between point and shorter man.
It's a very well protected area though, with 3 fielders in around the 45 area. And that's the end of the 3rd over. Leinster moved on to 18 without loss. Let's have a replay here of the run-out chance. As you can see, De Beer went back before going forward, and it would have been out by a country mile, and then Pongo's the next ball for 4. And now the aforementioned Ollie Riley is coming on at the St. John's Woodhead.
Yeah, this young man's game has gone from strength to strength.
Yeah, it's got a very nice action.
He's getting a yard quicker every year, and coming from that height, he can be a difficult bowler to face.
Yeah, if he just bowls back of a length, it's coming in around just above the waist height, which is very difficult to play, especially in club cricket. We like it that bit fuller or that bit shorter, so we can either pull or drive. We don't seem to have many shots in the middle. As I say, his last over he bowled was 11 or a 12 bowler, so here we go. Straight on the money this time. Let's try and rob a quick single, and De Beer wears that one. Could sting a bit.
Yeah, nice little tuck around the corner there from Bilal. They run it through for 1.
Yeah, looks like Leinster might have some sort of a game plan on here, just to not worry about power plays, just bat and play their own game. Try and get themselves into a final. It's always, you know, it's very easy to lose a final in the first 3 or 4 overs of a game.
Of course.
So just easing himself into it. As I say, the score here of 150, 160 could be a winning. Short and wide this time, and a spatch by De Beer again. Very strong in that area. Through the kitchen sink. He seems to be limping after wearing that one on the run out chance.
Yeah, you won't mind that too much as long as he keeps hitting boundaries.
Absolutely. He certainly threw the hands at it and raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, again, it doesn't seem to be much foot movement at all, but he's getting that ball away. He's got good bat speed.
He didn't come through the Fintan McAllister school of cricketing then, no? Again through the covers, again no foot movement, but again 2 runs. It might go all the way, this one.
It's a great bit of fielding out there.
Very good bit of fielding.
Working in tandem.
And a great return as well. A pair of Tectors out there, is it? I think Jack did the fielding and Tim did the throwing there. Which brings a change in the field. It looks like they're going to leave a man out on the offside boundary. Let's have a deep square now with the 2 men outside the circle.
And there goes the first wicket.
Yes, De Beer advances down the track, has a bit of a swing at it, and gets castled. There's no better sight then for a fast bowler than seeing middle stump reeling backwards. And Pembroke have their breakthrough. Leinster 25 for 1 in the LHK Alan Murray T20 final.
Yeah, well bowled by young Ollie Riley there, and he sees the middle stump cartwheel.
That's after a couple of very good shots earlier on in the over. That one there through point for 4. We see this when it goes completely across the line, and that's middle stump out of the ground. And you might have heard that on the ground announcer. Gareth Delaney coming in for Leinster, fresh from his exploits over in America, where he did okay. I think Gareth, he was kind of left stranded on a couple of occasions, but I think he bowled reasonably well as well. The bits and pieces that I saw.
Yeah, big player to come in here now, and I'm sure Leinster will be looking for him to do the business today.
Chatting to Gareth earlier on, nothing really phases him. He was just complaining that he wasn't told early enough that the game was moved to 4 o'clock.
Yeah, he's a calm, cool character, is Gareth.
Just watches that one go past and single the wide. Bumper Steve Wood.
Yeah, just dragged it down, and it's great to see a few internationals here on site today as well.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Giving back to their clubs. In fairness, I think Gareth plays most times he's available for Leinster. He obviously takes the odd weekend off because his job as a professional cricketer means he's playing every other day anyway, so you don't mind him missing the odd game. Very nicely played through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just length on that, proper class shot there from Gareth Delaney.
Timing on that was magnificent.
Didn't try and overhit it, just stood and deliver.
You probably see it more than us, Jones. He's a man who works incredibly hard at his game.
Oh, very much so, yeah. Gareth brings a new meaning to the word dedication. When he was a younger man, he would have been a little bit overweight, and he had a very bad cruciate knee injury when he was 17, 18, which put him out for a whole season. And since then, he decided he wants to be a professional cricketer. And he keeps himself really, really fit now. He's really, really strong. And his game has just gone from strength to strength. He still has the big high back lift, which a lot of commentators don't like. A lot of coaches don't like, but hey, it works for him. And to be fair to him, he's kind of been up and down in the order of the Irish side. He's been in and out. He seems to be the one that gets dropped when they don't do well and this kind of thing. So to have that mental fortitude as well to stick with it is a testament to him. And people tend to forget as well that he's a fine leg spin bowler as well and a really good fielder.
Yeah, and he did a small stint over in the UK as well, a couple of years back.
He did, yeah, he did.
Did very well too.
Now, he's picked up a couple of smaller franchises. He's played in the States and he's played in I think the Bangladesh Premier League. Change of bowling again, McDonough coming on. So 4 overs, Leinster 31 for 1.
I think Leinster will be really happy with how they've started here.
Yeah, I think so. It all depends what total you're aiming to get, what you think a good score is and what you think a par score is. Obviously, I spoke to Johnny Garth and Gareth Delaney about how I saw the first game and what the wicket was like, and that 150 was did a decent total on the wicket, because just wasn't coming onto the bat. So look, I'm sure they would have their own thoughts on it. But setting a total in the final is sometimes can just be, runs on the board in the final is always a good thing as well. Human nature kicks in for club cricketers, where it's just, you're looking to get 7 or 8 and over. It certainly was the case for Balbriggan in the semi-final, where once it got over, 8 or 9 and over, they hit the kind of panic button and never really got into the game.
Of course, yeah, they always say bat first in the final. Are you a believer of that, Jonesy?
Well, certainly in club cricket, yeah. When you look at it, you got a lot of nerves. You got a lot of, on both sides. If you post any kind of a score, and if you get a couple of early wickets, it's going to be it's a long way back for a lot of teams, which wouldn't have the strength and depth. When if you need your number 7, 8, or 9 to get you 20, that mightn't be possible for a lot of these guys. McDonough got away with one there. Bit of a long hop.
Yeah, just dropped one short there. And Dale McDonough has the place looking in great nick here today.
Yeah, no, puts a lot of work in, does Dale.
Byron McDonough just bowling a nice little line here.
He is. That's 4 dots in a row now, I think, isn't it? Or 5? 5 dots in a row. Something's going to give of a funny feeling. There's going to be a shot playing here somehow, Finty.
Could be in for a bit of excitement.
Aye. And I'd be watch out straight. There you go. Straight to mid-off, though. And that's a maiden. Well bowled, McDonough.
It's a tidy over from McDonough.
Now they chop and change again. Yeah, looks like Stapleton's coming back on now at the St. John's end to finish off the power play. So meaning
obviously hard to tell on the camera, but there's a strong breeze coming through at the moment.
Yeah, it's been here all day. The clouds are starting to look a bit ominous over now to my left. Very dark.
They are. Hopefully that misses us.
Stapleton into a second over now. Just went for 3 in the first one. It's down the leg side, signal a wide.
Yeah, it looked like a slower ball. Fortunately, just dragged it down.
Yeah. I think he felt it might have come off the batsman. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Swing at that one from Bilal. Bit of an inside edge. Goes down to 45 where they pick up the single.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to hit it over the top. Leant back a bit. Came off the edge of the bat, ran down for 1.
Yeah, big swing at the bat. What'll Gareth Delaney make of Nick Stapleton? I'm not sure he would have played against him before. Thick outside edge, going to run away for 4 runs. The bowler holds his head in his hands and the batsman fixes his pads.
Boundary there for Gareth Delaney. Then again, didn't look like much foot movement. Came off the edge of the bat, ran down for 4.
Let's see it there. Very tight to the body to be playing a cut shot on it. Big, thick outside edge. No chance for anyone. Ran away for 4. Played that one under the eyes, and it seems to be a carbon copy of the first game as well, where everyone's kind of struggling just to get used to the pace of the pitch. It's probably playing a bit slower than it looks.
Yeah, which again gives that advantage to Pembroke. They'll notice what the wicket was like in the first game, and again, they'll notice ground inside out.
Garrett goes after that one. Catches plenty of it. It's going to be one bounce forward to the deep square leg boundary. Bit too full this time from Stapleton.
Yeah, he looked like he bent the back there a bit. That looked like it came through a bit quicker, but lovely shot there from Gareth Delaney. Kept the head still and straight over mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit that. I'm not sure he got all of it, but he got enough of it to bring it to the boundary, which brings a change of fielding. Third man comes up, and the man comes out to cow corner. The other man out outside of the circle is deep square leg. Short and wide, and Gareth Delaney stands and delivers, smashes that one through the offside for 4 runs. Second boundary of the over.
Yeah, probably the wrong ball for this field. They've got the 2 men on the leg side out deep. Probably looking to keep it a bit tighter.
Very much so, Finto.
Gareth Delaney now on 17 off 12 balls here.
Straight back this time. Again, too full from Stapleton. And Delaney has punched that one straight back past him for 4 runs straight down the ground. Very good over for Leinster.
Great over for Leinster, that, and that's straight into Gareth Delaney's hands. That's probably one of his stronger areas of hitting.
And after 6 overs in the power play, the score has moved on to 49 for 1. And that also brings a change in the commentary box. This time, Craig Senior is being joined by Leinster Cricket Leinster President Siobhan McBennett.
Thanks very much to Mark and to Finton taking us through that power play. And I think that Leinster will be very happy with that. Good start, only 1 wicket down, 49 runs on the board. And as Mark said, I've been joined by Cricket Leinster President, just in time for JJ Garth to take the ball. And as he warms up, Siobhan, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So, CL President, must keep you very busy.
Well, it keeps me on the road, yeah. Yeah, it certainly is. It's a challenge. I want to go and see every club if I can and spend a bit of time and talk to people. Not everybody's represented, as you know, on committees and stuff, so it's nice to hear the voice on the ground. So I'm enjoying doing that, and you get the same message a lot of the time. Interesting, and to see those that are showing great ambition and have plans, and those who are happy to just rock up and play. So yeah.
No, it's very much appreciated. I know in the, shall we say, there used to be the division of senior teams and junior clubs and all that, but certainly some of the newer clubs would appreciate seeing you out there in the smart blazer and representing Cricket Leinster.
Oh, well, the blazer doesn't always come. Don't always go formal, but I have markings to say that who I am. Absolutely. But no, I do enjoy it. It's a lovely time to get to meet people and clubs that I wouldn't have. I'm a scorer, as you know, and as you say, mostly see senior clubs, but or what was called senior clubs. But you get a chance to go to grounds I've never been to before, and that's really interesting, and to see what they want to do. And I'm very impressed by some of them. Went to Ongar early in the year, and they have so much plans and so positive. And their byline is about enjoying cricket, to have fun, and be a family club, and really evident when they had their end of season presentations, just how much they applauded each other was lovely. It's just really a generosity of spirit that's really nice.
And that's one of the nice things about cricket at all, of course, is that we're always very nice about each other, and even if an opposition batsman gets 100, as Delaney launches one, and that has gone a long way, no point in looking at that for a catch. That clears the rope on the railway side, 6 more runs, and that brings Delaney to 27. And Leinster to 56 for 1, and they're making a fine start. And JJ Garth's first over, not as successful perhaps as his first in the semi-final. So you get to hear of all the plans, not only from the Cricket Leinster point of view, I suppose, but from the clubs upwards as well. Yeah,
and to see what they want to do, and how, even to have a chat with them about to overcome some of the problems. I mean, some of us think, we're on our own, we have to do everything ourselves. Well, we all have to do everything ourselves, and trying to get them to realise that making a handshake with a local school is a really good thing to do, and having a women's team is a really good thing to do, and make your space a family space is really good, and they're all things that make a club successful, and particularly smaller clubs and smaller communities that don't have the same catchment area. You've got to maximise those who play and those who come along.
And you get to see all the work that basically is done by volunteers.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
there's nobody getting paid for this work, and each of the clubs do have to take it on. Now, obviously, established clubs like Pembroke here at Sydney Parade, there are processes in place, and people know there's precedent. I want to do this down the club. Well, we tried that 20, 30, 40 years ago, and these were the roadblocks we came up against, etc. But if you can get around those and that sort of thing, so you get that side of discussions as well. Yeah. But for new clubs, sometimes it can be a bit daunting when they don't have a template in front of them and it's kind of nice for them to be able to contact Cricket Leinster and say, how do we set up a women's team? How do we set up a youth section?
Yeah, and we have development officers in place to help with that and give as much advice. And if it does come down to, there's a WhatsApp group that says we need to put the covers on, and the people coming down and do it and help. You don't have a full-time groundsman, but everyone has to pull their weight to make it happen. Yeah.
Well, this left-handed, right-handed combination playing havoc with
tough work
the
with
pitcher.
the fielders.
Each time you go across to try and move it, suddenly the right hand is facing again, and the pitcher gets centred again.
Got it closer to the centre this time, at least.
But yes, Pembroke, desperate search of a second wicket here. Delaney starting to look very dangerous. It's just taken him 15 deliveries to get to 27, and it's exactly the boost that Leinster will be looking for. Good crowd down as well, always heartening to see at a cup final.
Yeah.
Down along the wall, enjoying the sunlight.
Yeah, not what it was forecast, thank God. So it's really nice once and have a nice cricket tea and meet people socially, and that's what that's what everyone likes to do. And particularly those of us who are around a long time, that bit where we make friends and you can wander from one club to another and chat away and reminisce and how great you were in your day or whatever.
How much better the game was back in our day, where
absolutely
you'd be 40 for 3 after 20 overs. Here these days they're looking for 150 plus. Certainly Leinster going along at a good rate at the moment.
That's some very sharp fielding. I noticed it today. Gosh, both. I went down to Anglesey Road earlier and just phenomenal. Great catches taken, and in this game, shorter game, there's just no space for complacency. Really, you can't just no time to settle down. Just get on with it, and but it does certainly brings out a lot of athleticism. But
that's part of the problem, isn't it? That for batsmen coming in, and that's why taking wickets in T20 is so vital, because you've got a new batsman in who feels he has to get on with it after seeing 2 or 3 deliveries, whereas in 50 overs they can sort of build it for 5 overs and then push on from there. You can hear it on your speakers, no doubt. The wind, the breeze starting to pick up. It's lovely blue sky for the next 20 minutes or so anyway, but behind that, something a bit darker perhaps.
It'd be nice if it missed us.
Ollie Riley it is bowling now. He's taken over from Nick Stapleton, who took a bit of tap in his over. And Riley's first 4 deliveries in this is second over, just each going for a single. There's the view. One of Niall's 5 cameras he's using today. Ollie Riley, of course, went with the Ireland under-19s, under Tim Tector, as it happens, to the World Cup. That one flies just past the outstretched diving hand of Greg Hollins and runs away for a boundary. Well, you might say riding your luck, but to be honest with you, there's no fielder there to stop those ones. And so this is a 1-year deal for you, so you've still got a lot of clubs to tick off in the last couple of months.
Yeah, I have the spreadsheet. I'm ticking them off as I go, so just to make sure I don't miss anybody. Yeah, it'll be a bit of a challenge to get around them all, but sometimes when you head to the southeast and then suddenly realise that 2 of them aren't at home that week. But anyway, we'll try and work it out. I'll certainly get to more women's games now in the evenings, and schools are over, so you get to see more youth cricket as well. So that's good. Yeah.
There certainly is plenty of competition. Even this competition, the T20, just for the 16 clubs, this is the 50th game of the competition, so an awful lot of T20 cricket being played in Leinster, and that's just for the senior Alan Murray LHK trophy, which will be presented at the end of this. You'll be handing over the cup later on, Siobhan.
I will indeed, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. I have my script.
We have our orders.
We do have our orders, and orders which will be obeyed.
We know it's good for us.
JJ Garth, his first over went for 8 runs. Leinster motoring along now after the lack of runs we saw in both semi-finals this morning. It looks like Leinster are going to try and put up a very imposing total for Pembroke to chase down later on. Outside the power play now. More fielders outside the ring. And one of them there on the railway line side of the ground. That'll bring Delaney back on strike. Well, leg spinner to leg spinner. JJ Garth would love to pick up the wicket of Gareth Delaney here. Also moving on, proving to be the perfect sparring partner for Delaney. And Delaney goes straight and he goes big, and that one's going to clear, or didn't quite clear the fence. It lands back into the ground, but 6 more to the total. Nice shot.
Yeah, makes it look easy.
He does make it look easy. When it's going well for Gareth Delaney, he just flows. His bat flows and the runs flow from it.
Just seems to have so much time, yeah.
You can see why Ireland went with the experiment of playing Delaney at number 3. It wasn't an experiment that lasted too long, but you could understand the thinking behind it.
Yeah.
To have somebody that destructive coming in high in the order was the thought. Played away onto the leg side. They may look for 2, but they end up just jogging the 1. Yes, these two sides met in the league recently. Obviously a totally different competition to this, but it's the most incredible game. Pembroke were in all sorts of... Well, they dug themselves a deep hole, and then the tail came out and got a few runs, and then Paul Lawson took 7 wickets. It was one of those games I was following. I was here commentating on a Pembroke game, but you were following it on text, and you sort of thought, oh, this isn't going well.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was just wicket, 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 and Leinster collapsed at that stage. And that may be why these two are so important to Leinster, and why these two are determined to stick together for a while.
Well, certainly doing the job now.
Byron McDonough, he's been quite economical all day in a good semi-final. Now he's back into the attack for his 3rd over. So do you think next year you're going to find yourself at a loose end going, well, where do I go now? What do I do now?
Well, I won't be as much on the road, but well, there'll be plenty to do in my club. I still work at the coalface there and help out a bit. So I'll definitely I'd say, doing that. I'll be finished on board Cricket Leinster as well. I'm still on board Cricket Ireland. So, and that's an exciting time really, because a lot of work being done with diversity and inclusion. So with both boards. So it's a nice time to be involved with it, and we're both young boards. We're still learning how we go, and it's not all right. And things change all the time, but that people are prepared to change, and that's really important, really.
So long as there's a willingness to accept the new ideas and new plans.
Try them out, yeah.
It's always take one step forward, one at a time.
That's it.
McDonough comes in,
Oop.
and that is a big 6 on any ground. It clears the nets here. Tim Tector's got a while to get to that one. DJ Cotter bringing Club Tropicana to the airwaves. Well, Delaney's certainly enjoying himself at the moment. His big hits, he's now scoring at about 2 a ball. 42 off just 22 deliveries. Well, he obviously hit that a long way. Even Tim Tector had to travel good 50-60 metres into the junior rugby pitch. That one really went well. The umpire even wanting to have a look at the ball, checking if there's a visa stamp on it. It travelled that far, I'd say. Clouds building up to our left, you see on our screens. As McDonough goes short this time, it takes a glove, goes over the head of Hollins behind the stumps, and it runs away for another 4. And suddenly this, just with 3 balls gone, 10 coming from the over, score's moved on to 84. And and the dulcet tones of George Michael and Wham celebrate the fact of another boundary. It might not have been the cleanest hit Delaney's had all day, but it's brought him on to 46, and he's now just one stroke away from what would be a super half century. And that's one of the nice things about Gareth is he hits a massive six, but the next ball, it's a good ball, just keep that out.
Yeah, respect.
He's not one of these batsmen who thinks, oh, I'm just going to take this bowler apart every ball. It's each ball on its merits. You put it in the wrong spot and it will disappear.
He does show great maturity. Whoa.
Well, there's another big hit. This one's out towards the boundary. It's going to clear the fielder there. Lands on Cyril's way. Bounces up onto the wall and back into Pembroke. Another 6 onto the total. And Delaney has scored a fabulous half century, and it's taken him 25 deliveries to get there. And he really is. Well, how we would have loved to have seen him batting like this in New York.
Indeed. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think it was a trickier surface.
I think
they didn't have Dale over there.
For a pitch grown in Florida and moved all the way up to New York.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, they didn't have GM by choice looking after it. Bilal Azhar was keen on a single. Delaney says no. I've had enough of that over. 16 from it. Score now 90 for 1. It's the one bit I don't like about the scoring is underneath the Leinster score it tells you how many overs and the run rate, but it's blue on black or blue on blue, and my colour blindness, I just can't pick up what those figures say.
Well, I can't see it either. No, I'm not colourblind.
Yeah. All right. So thankfully we have the scoreboard behind us as well. And we're now halfway through the Leinster innings, and they'll be delighted. Just one wicket down, and they've been going at 9 and over. Certainly setting a formidable challenge to Pembroke. We'll have to see how they go on in these second 10 overs, because if they continue on the same, or perhaps even more, Leinster could be looking at over 200 in their 20 overs. And that will be a very tricky total for Pembroke to chase down. Scoreboard pressure and all that. So you're also getting into, I suppose, cup final, especially today, of course, but cup final territory.
I sat down with my diary last week and wrote in all the cup finals, and I thought that's why I knew I was under a bit of pressure to get to some grands, because practically every weekend once we get to August, so whatever travelling, long distance travelling has to be done in July, because after that it'll be maybe the morning of a final or something. But yeah, pretty much every weekend, and then the underage ones they're all midweek, and of course they're unknown yet where they will be, as they depends on who gets there and all that. So bit of a movable feast there. So yeah,
hard to make plans, really, isn't it, with the youth cricket, because things get moved around so much.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, as I always tell our players in my club, I can't be taking holidays during the season, so definitely not for me this year.
Yeah. Well, the breeze picking up now.
For sure.
The flag standing proud. And it has, when the wind blows, you can feel the temperature drop a couple of degrees, especially here in the gazebo. We've left the walls half up to try and protect our poor knees and legs from getting too cold from the breeze coming through. But it's still quite intense. So, two Irish colleagues now. Harry Tector, his first over went for 7. For 5. He's 2 balls into this, his second. He's trying not to give Delaney any space at all. But we'll see how that goes. You just get the feeling Gareth Delaney's like a coiled spring at the moment. At any stage, that bat's going to come flying through the arc, and the ball is going to disappear. And on this occasion, it's going straight. Another one into the chain link fence. Another 6.
It's looking very relaxed and comfortable now.
Yes. I think he's treated the semi-final as just a warm-up, really. And now has brought his amazing talents to the final. But that's what you want. You want your top players, your island players performing at this level.
Yeah. That's what people come to see.
Tucked away to square leg. They're going to look for two. They'll probably decide against it, and wisely they do. Dermot Tucker on the fielding side of things there. I noticed that the Leinster scorer today, young lad.
Yeah, I met him over at Anglesey Road. Charlie, I think is his name. Yeah, new apprentice.
Charlie Callanan. He's being well looked after there by Ada Lewis, the two scorers, Lawson rather. The two scorers, of course, working in conjunction, keeping tabs on action in the middle.
And he had Andrew Mooney keeping an eye on him this morning, so he's had a double session.
Well, that was just a lovely shot. He knew as soon as it left the bat there was no point running, but then again I think there were 11 Pembroke players on the field who also knew there was no point running for that one. Super six. Stapleton to come back then. This will be his third over. His last over was quite expensive as Delaney took a liking to him. But the captain coming on now in an attempt to break this partnership, and Pembroke need to. Leinster have put themselves in a very good position, 100 for one. Leinster won this competition 4 times previously. 2016 was the last time. Slower ball from Stapleton. That's well bowled. The fact that the batsman acknowledges this timing was all thrown off there. Azar. One gets through. So do you get much time to watch your own club these days, or is it?
No, not so much. I've only, I did a little bit early on in the season, but just started travelling then at the weekends as much as I could. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, missing out on that, but I'll get back to it.
I'm sure they'll be delighted to have you back as well. Stapleton went with a shorter delivery there, getting it past Azar for a dot ball. Although dot balls are useful, this is T20 after all. You get the sense that Stapleton is really looking for a wicket here. He's brought himself back early. That was hit down towards long off. Tim Tector with the neat bit of fielding. And the super throw at the far end to the keeper.
It's a real pleasure to watch the good fielding, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. The thing is, as you get older and you spend more time behind the mic, you think to yourself, yeah, I could do that. It takes a lot of training and a lot of practice to be that good.
Yeah, there's some very sharp fielding there down at Anglesey Road this morning. Very good.
And it's great to see. I mean, it is the most undervalued part of the game.
Yeah.
But it is one that can make a huge difference. Stapleton, well, he thought that was the breakthrough for him. Not to be. Steve Wood it is at the St John's end. Turn that down. And there'll be words exchanged between umpire and bowler. Explanation of the decision, perhaps. How much Stapleton would have loved to have taken the wicket of Delaney. Gets another one through him. Delaney just takes a step back. You get the feeling he's sort of just calming himself again. I mean, this is again the experience of the international players that may put them a step ahead of others, and that they just know, just calm down, another ball, next ball. You see it in the junior teams, especially if somebody misses 3 in a row, they will have a big hoik at the 4th one.
Yeah. Yeah, they just don't have the temperament.
And there is the big hoik. It goes over square leg. It goes into the gardens. It's 6 more. And Delaney continues on his merry way. And Stapleton, well, he's going to be a touch disappointed with that over. Goes for 7 in the end. And 6 of them coming from the final delivery, which was a full toss on Delaney's legs. And really, he could have sat down, taken the ribbon off, and unwrapped that one very carefully. Nice gift. So do you end up driving to these games alone, or do you have company?
No, pretty much alone. Yeah, pretty much.
Because you must be racking up the mileage. Your car must be gasping at this stage.
Not really. I haven't. I sort of cluster them so that I'll do, so if I go, the hills, Knockatty, whatever, you'll do a few, or if like I say, when I go down to
Sandymount.
or Sandy. I've kind of left Sandymount. I thought I'll do the further away ones first, so that in case towards the end when I run out, at least I'll have And I know the finals, there'll be plenty in this area, so I'll get to visit some of the clubs that way. Yeah.
Well, you've done Merrion and Pembroke today.
There you go. Well, I've been in Pembroke a few times, and I'm sure I will be a few more. They're just such a great operation for finals. It's brilliant.
I think a lot of that down to the work of Dale, but also down to the work of Niall in streaming these games.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And what happens, on the catering side too, with Philip and
Bavner.
Yeah, brilliant. It's just so smooth, the whole thing. It's just so professional, and we all just come to accept it and expect it, So
well, that's part of it.
It sets the bar very high.
Is that people sort of say they just assume things are going to work that smoothly.
Yeah.
Whereas Bavner has been probably preparing from last night. Plus, she's got her own job to fit in as well. Philip has functions. So there was a function on last night, I think. But you come in this morning and the place is spotless and people just assume that that's the way it is.
Cup final ready,
There's a lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah.
And certainly Mick Cotter and the Cricket Leinster crew were down here bright and early this morning, making sure that everything was in place and ready.
Actually, that terrific background work is something, people don't really see. That,
this
that
one,
Cricket Leinster do, it's brilliant.
Well, finally a wicket. Azar, he was trying to join Delaney in the straight 6 hitting. He didn't quite get hold of that one. JJ Garth it is who takes the catch in front of Cons Nook. Those seats you see in the background. And there just wasn't enough power in that shot. And a second wicket falls then with the score on 107. But a fine partnership. And Paul Lawson is the one to break it. He has 1 wicket from his 1 delivery. And so often you see these things happen. A great start from Leinster. Now they've lost a second wicket, and Pembroke, well, they're in a huddle and they're having a chat about how these final overs need to go. Delaney's now moved on to 65 from 32, still scoring at 2 a ball, and Manil Patil is the next man to the crease. Came right down the track, but the ball almost yawned himself and ended up not being able to get enough power to the ball. And then JJ Garth, in that nice gap between the Pembroke player and the umpire, shows his safe hands. Patel had a good game up in Anglesey Road. Big reason why Leinster find themselves in this LHK Group Alan Murray Cup final. Well, those dark clouds seem to have missed us anyway. They've slipped down the Liffey Valley. And big blue skies opening up in front of us. Well, as long as Delaney's there and in form like this, I think the new batsman's job is nothing more than to get Delaney on strike.
Yeah, be able to rotate it.
That's exactly what his side and what Gareth Delaney are looking for from him. Patel gets himself down the non-striker's end. Still a bit breezy. but at least the sun is shining. You see that on your screen, the shadows of the players on the pitch. 108 for 2. Still looking to go for that 200 as Delaney punches another one down the ground. That ends up next to Becker's barn. 6 more onto the total. Delaney moves on to 71. Well, it's up to the commentary teams to give the player of the final award. But at the moment, Gareth Delaney is in a field of 1. He has 71. His side have only added 43 more. 3 other batsmen and extras have added 43. He's added 71. He really is flying form today. He's thoroughly enjoying playing here in Sydney Parade. Paul Lawson not quite enjoying the same success he did in Observatory Lane in that league fixture earlier. Lawson goes too short, it's hoiked out, and it's another 6. Delaney isn't even dealing in 6s and 4s, it just seems to be 6s at the moment.
You ready to come in? Okay. Yeah, coming in.
So Siobhan, before you leave us, any other messages you want to get out there to the viewing public?
Wow.
Pay your subs.
Yourselves. Enjoy your cricket. I mean, look, it's a sport, and we must remember that, you know.
Yeah.
And these are the friends you're going to make that'll stay with you for life. So enjoy these days. It's a great sport, and remember that's a team game.
Yeah, very much is 11 one-on-one battles, but one team game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul Lawson coming to the end of his over now. He took a wicket with the first ball. It all looked so promising then. Now Delaney finds the ropes again, and that is a big over for Leinster. They have scored, well, 21 and lost a wicket. I've seen games that have had less runs than that, and that's what you get for 1 over. DJ Mick Cotter goes with Katy Perry and Firework, and I think that's directed directly at Gareth Delaney, as we see his replay of some big hits here. 4 boundaries in that over. Took a liking to Lawson. 128 for 2 now. After 13. Siobhan, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the game and enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you at the presentation party later on.
Okay, look forward to that.
And now with 7 overs left, a change in the commentary box. Myself and Siobhan take our leave. Mark Jones and Jim Bennett to take you through.
Well, Jim, slightly more action in this game.
Yes, indeed. Some big hitting and not too much respect being shown to spinners.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Proper fin Galway.
Oh, that's finger. That's what you do when it hops in front of your pole.
Pull hard. Now some fine striker from Gareth Delaney.
Oh, he's a lovely cricketer.
He's 85 off 36 deliveries. Leinster 129 for 2 in the 14th over. Off the bottom of the bat this time from Delaney. Ollie Riley continues bowling his second over now. So he's making a bit of a mockery of everyone else who's batted on the wicket so far today.
Indeed, making it look a different game. He's out.
He's out this time, I'm afraid. That was straight down Tim Tector's throat, who makes no mistake. That's a crucial blow for Pembroke. Delaney has to depart for a brilliant 85 off 37 deliveries. And Ollie Riley strikes in the 14th over. Leinster 129 for 3 now. Very nicely cut by Tim Tector. Never looked like dropping that, but then again it was straight down his throat, wasn't it?
Yeah, no,
right in the breadbasket.
No, yeah, well, but they still have to be caught, and we saw them in the first innings, first game when they weren't being caught. So good catch, stayed steady. And Tim is a fine cricketer anyway. So
yeah, and Garth getting a well-deserved round of applause on his way in.
I batted beautifully.
Joe Carroll is a new batsman here. You can just see it here in the replay, right off the bottom of the bat, straight up in the air. Garth knew as soon as he hit it.
Yeah, that's out. Yeah,
I wasn't going to clear the ropes this time, so very nicely taken by Tim Tector. Joe Carroll, the new batter for Leinster. Big few 3 or 4 overs here now. Can Leinster kick on now, as opposed to consolidating with 2 relatively new batters in at the crease? Patel's only faced 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and Joe's very good, very clever cricketer. So you'd like to think that he can appreciate where the game is and do the needful.
You had him for a year out in the hills, didn't you?
We had. Now, he wasn't as good with us as he was in Clontarf. Or in Leinster, I beg your pardon, sorry. And then he went to Phoenix and then showed really, it's in Leinster he's been fantastic. Now, he won a few games for us in fairness, but he wasn't the star that he was in Leinster.
Yeah.
But he's a lovely cricketer. Bat.
No, a very fine player.
Yeah, bat and ball, so he gives you everything.
The whole dynamic of the game has changed now, Jim.
Different game now.
As soon as we sit down, we're back to boring, played up and down the line again.
There you are, yeah.
I blame you.
It's totally my fault, yeah. I'm used to looking at this kind of stuff, yeah. Oh no, Joel cut loose now.
Give himself a few siders, all right. What do you think is a winning total here, Jim? Now that you've seen...
Well, I'd say 180.
Nicely weighted on there by Joe. Let's run it down a third man.
I mean, Pembroke lads have actually had a look at the wicket as well and have played on it. So, so you'd like to think that they know their game. It's their own ground. So I'd say at least 180 is going to be needed to win this.
And you like to think that Leinster would field certainly better than Balbriggan did in the first innings.
Yes.
Take their catches, so that could curtail Pembroke somewhat. But then again, completely different game, completely different conditions. The rain has managed to hold off. Again, played down a third man by Patel. End of a very fine over from Ollie Riley. The score moves on to 131 for 3.
Yeah. Keeper looking for a helmet, so the spin on again.
Ditch bowling, you mean?
Well, we have to be nice. We have to be polite, Mark. Yeah, no, that's not fair. Because Matt Dwyer will say spinners are winners.
Well, and he'd be right.
Oh, yeah. But here we are, helmet on, up to the stumps. And who is this bowler?
JJ Garth, by the looks of things.
Yes, indeed. And Paul only got the 1 over.
Quite expensive that over. There's the Leinster scorecard.
But got a wicket in it. Didn't he get a wicket?
He did.
Yep.
He did. He got Bilal Azhar.
Yep.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
So yeah, the Leinster scorecard dominated by one name, Gareth Delaney there. And it's nice to see him contributing to a Leinster total.
Shot.
Swept by Patel. Should just be a single. Nobody was really interested after the shot. There was a jog single and a comfortable bit of fielding in the end. Is it going to rain, Jim?
No, not a chance. This is the microclimate in Pembroke that I was told about.
There's grey and black skies all around us. We seem to have blue sky above us. How is this even possible?
It's wonderful.
Apparently the game in Rathmines has been reduced by rain.
Has it?
The Pembroke thirds are playing Leinster thirds, and it's reduced to 14 overs due to rain. Which is literally, as the crow flies, 2.5 miles away.
And that was due to be 50 overs, was it? It wasn't a T20?
20 overs.
Oh, it was a 20 over game, okay.
Patel rocks back onto the back foot and dispatches that one in front of point for 4 runs. Very nice shot.
Beautiful shot.
Patel's been in a decent bit of form this year as well, Jim. He's got a fair number of scores for Leinster already.
Very, very good cricketer.
Very fine cricketer, yes.
Very good cricketer. Oh, you have 2 very solid cricketers there at the minute taken off from Garrett, so the 180 is probably on.
I think so, yeah. You could be right with that. Again onto the back foot,
4
again
more.
in front of point, and that's going to be another 4.
Yep.
Oh, he's 3 men out on the leg side, and he's only 2 men out on the offside. So if he needs to bowl to this field, he needs to bowl a lot straighter. Offering any sort of width, Patel is going to dispatch that one.
Yep. And no change in the field. A bit of a change in the field now, is it, or is the ball lost? Ball is lost in the bushes. Craig Senior was digging out all those bushes this afternoon.
We're seeing the replay there. Very fine shot.
Lovely shot, Jeff.
As we wait for the ball to be found. They must be using one of my golf balls, Jim. It doesn't look like it wants to be found here.
No, that's not coming back. And an expensive item, the white balls.
Someone just fell on their backside trying to climb over the fence to give a hand. So we have the Irish Test captain looking for a ball. We have Barry McCarthy with 3 or 4 internationals looking for a cricket ball here. We've Lorcan Tucker. We've the whole shooting gallery.
Yeah. Is that Marty Block as well? Skilled umpire.
Skilled umpire, barrister.
Oh yeah, the whole bit.
Well, no one think of going in and getting another ball now because they clearly can't find this. How are they not even looking at the right bush?
But they're all happy.
2 or 3. Well, they're very happy. Yeah.
And that's very important that they're serving a purpose. There's men now on their knees as well, which is even better.
And Lorcan's just pointing. Yeah, there it's in there as he has another sup of his pint.
Billy Dwyer has now arrived to assist in the operation.
The ball has been found, Jim. We're back. And this time swept down, fine. Certainly be 2 if it's not cut off. It's going to be cut off.
We'll field it.
2 runs to the total. Well, whatever Leinster do end up getting, it's going to be a good chase anyway. It's going to be over 250. Or sorry, 150, I should say.
Another sweep.
Another couple there. This one, yeah, it's going to be cut off as well. So another 2 to the total. Another good Leinster over, 14 coming from that. They move on to 145 for 3. After 15 overs. So the final 5, the final push. Leinster with wickets in the bank. And Pembroke are looking a little bit under pressure here. Byron McDonough replacing Stapleton at the St John's Wood end. Carl tries to take that one downtown. Will it be intercepted? What a fantastic catch in front of us here.
Catch. That is a magnificent catch.
Brilliant catch from Tim Tector. Had to make good ground there. Came right across. 2 hands underneath it and affected a really, really good catch. Joe Carroll is absolutely disgusted. He can't believe he's out. He's looking back and he can't believe it. Fine catch from Tim Tector. But standard stuff for the fin goal, I would have thought there.
Oh,
Jim.
yes, yeah. I mean, later in the evening, that'll also be a dolly. Even though he made about 35 yards to it. Superb catch. Joe Carl still can't believe it.
He looks back in disbelief. It's a fantastic effort there from here we see in the replay. Didn't catch all of it, but he figured he had enough. Hopefully we get to see the catch in this angle now.
Superb.
Superbly caught by Tim Tector. A great bit of camera work as well from Niall Walsh. Saqib Bahadur is the new incoming batsman. Saqib has recently returned from Pakistan. He was over visiting his mum, who wasn't well for a while. Crucial phase of the game now for Leinster. We really need to kick on now in the final 4.55 overs. Let's try to run that one down to third man. Nicely played into the offside for a single. Call is 2 from Bahadur. They turn and go.
Well run.
And very well run at the end. The throw was off. The throw was wide of the mark there, Jim.
Bit wide, yeah, but well run and run with intent. They were always looking for the second. Johnny Archer loves that. You must
running with intent.
Yeah, and you run hard the first one. Always hope you might get a second. Shot.
Patel throws the hands of that one through the covers. Is going to make it.
Well fielded.
Fine bit of fielding in the outfield. I think that's Jack Tector over there.
Well fielded. It is Jack, yeah.
This will come back for 3 on that occasion. Cal McDonough finished the over strong. It's a good start to the over. Leinster have come back into it though. And 6 from the final for the remaining 5 deliveries. Tries the ramp shot and missed.
Oh, missed.
It's a dot ball to end the over. Leinster move on to 151 for 4. 16 overs gone. Bowling figures on your screen there. Ollie Riley 2 for 25 to Pickenham so far. McDonough finishes 4 overs now. 1 for 32. Paul Lawson coming back on again.
Coming back, yes.
The worm is still showing 50 overs. And yet again, Poy Lawson gets a wicket with his first delivery of an over. This time it's Patel who tried to muscle that one over the deep square leg, sorry, the deep mid-wicket boundary, and just found the waiting arms of Jack Tector. Very comfortable catch from Tector out there.
Comfortable catch. Might have been wind against.
Yeah, against the wind. Would have been a big hit.
Yep.
You haven't seen too many sixes that side, bar Gareth Delaney's the only one to clear the ropes over that side. But Leinster haven't really kicked on since the departure of Delaney.
No, they've lost wickets without getting any substantial amount of runs.
The replay here, you see Patel down the wicket. Thinks he might have enough on it. But just fell a yard or so short into the waiting hands of Jack Tector. Didn't really have to move. Comfortable catch in the end.
Yep.
But they still, as you say, Jim, they need to be taken.
You have to catch them. Yep.
They won't catch themselves.
No, have to be taken, and that's good catch either side now for the Tector brothers.
Mark Tonge is the incoming batsman, who's been in decent form for Leinster. Hoping I'll put the mockers on him.
He's well able to bat.
He is, yeah. Got a crucial 33 in the Leinster in the All-Ireland game there a couple of weeks ago. Batted really well.
Well able to bat. I saw him batting in the hills as well. You know, now where he's made his name as a bowler, but he's actually a very decent bat.
He is. Tidy cricketer.
Yep.
Now what's the wily Paul Lawson got up his sleeve here? And a quick word with Stapleton there at mid-wicket. And reverse sweep attempted by Batador, straight under the bat and bowled him off stump.
Now, as a cricket man, Mark, why wouldn't you try to hit it with the front of your bat?
Yeah, I do find it bizarre the odd time, especially when you're only in.
You're only in, and you're going to hit it with the back of the bat.
And you're trying to reverse sweep. It's, yeah.
And the story from the Malahide lads today was there were 6 reverse sweeps, 3 of which were caught.
Oh dear.
You know, the front of the bat surely was designed for that job.
I would have thought so.
You know.
Oh yeah, Pembroke are really fighting back in this one. See the replay here. Reverse swept through the legs, nutmegged them and everything. Lawson reels away in delight.
2 wickets for Lawson out of 3 balls?
Yep. Jai Modra, the new batter for Leinster. He'll be on strike.
Haven't seen this man playing now, Mark, but
I haven't seen much of him myself now, Jim, to be fair. In the couple of games I've watched Leinster play, he's been injured, so
he's not going to die wondering anyway.
You're both saying the same thing there. He certainly isn't. He wouldn't even have a look at it.
Not at all. Look at the ball. Not at all, though. That's the first one anyway.
Leinster thrown away a very good position, potentially. But still, 150 was a winning score in the first game. And still 2 and a bit overs to go here. 3 and a bit overs to go here. The one thing I liked about Tons when I saw him buying there a few weeks back is he was very patient.
Yeah, he's willing to play the ball on his merits.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to burst every ball out of the park. He just played it on his merits, as you say, Jim. Knocked it around when necessary and put the bat ball away.
Yeah, and you can see coaching on these lads. You know, they play the game. You don't have to murder every ball.
Correct.
You know. Now here's big tall man Ollie coming back.
Now, can Leinster finish well, or will the tail be wrapped up here by Pembroke? That's the big question. Coming round the wicket requires a change in this, change of side screen. Got a hold of that one, but has it got enough on it?
Not enough.
Oh, he's dropped it over the line.
Oh.
It's gone for 6, Jim.
Yes.
It might have been over the line anyway.
Yeah, you'll take that one.
You certainly will, hitting into a big wind.
Yeah.
He's looking for the screen to be moved again. Good shot, though, from Mudra, though.
Oh, yeah, no, he's well hit. This man has shown intent from the minute he came in. Bit of protection going out.
Downtown this time, goes straight. Can Tim Tector catch it off? Looks like he can, yeah. Very well fielded again from Tim.
Well fielded.
Comes back for the second. Good start to this over for Leinster. What does Ollie Riley have up his sleeve now? Direct hit and he's gone. Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Brilliant bit of feeling from the bowler.
Brilliant.
Great pick up and throw. And Leinster lose their 7th wicket. Mark Tonge goes. Leinster in danger of not batting their overs now. It's amazing how this game chops and changes so quickly, Jim, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dramatic, isn't it, how quickly wickets fall.
Yeah.
Superb.
Great pickup, great
Superb.
throw.
Superb.
I think Tonge knew he was in trouble as soon as he saw the bails fly. Devin Keenan, the new batter for Leinster.
What's the tactic now, Mark? What would you do? Match your overs?
I'd make sure you bat your overs here, Jim, yeah?
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the modern way, is it?
No,
I think you just keep on swinging.
Oh, yeah, you can't die wondering, so you close your eyes and pull.
A bowl from Ollie. Swinging an outside edge this time.
Yeah.
They've moved their man very fine, which is probably the right thing to do this time of the game. Just picks up a single. It's Mundra back on strike. And we know from experience this guy is not going to...
Well, he's not going to block it anyway. Whatever else I mean, he's either going to have a go at it, but he will have a go at it anyway. What is it? 6 and 2, what's 8, 9 off the over?
And yes, 9 off the over so far, yeah.
Yeah. A 6 here now would make an awful mess of Wally's figures.
Moves across to the leg side. And a wide has been signalled. The bowler doesn't seem that aggrieved by it, so he must be okay.
Yeah, because that's interesting, isn't it, when the batter moves inside it?
Yeah. So the rule is in its normal stance would it have beaten them on the leg side, so umpire Steve Wood obviously adjudicated that he was going to. Goes offside this time.
Is that a no ball?
He's certainly looking for it, but I think now he's got away with it. Just a single to end the over. That's 18 overs gone. Leinster moved on to 164 for 7. 11 coming from that Ollie Riley over. That means his 4 overs have gone for 36 and he's taken 2 wickets.
Paul, is it Paul coming on? No, he's walking away.
Cap off though, so I'd imagine
Paul,
he is.
Yeah, Paul is coming on. Now, would this be the over to have a go? Spinner?
Spinner, I have a funny feeling that Jai Mudra is going to be having a crack at this one, all right.
I'd say the lads in the bushes over there might be in action.
There you go, Jim. There you go.
There you are. Well fielded.
Cut off by, I think that's Fiacre Chucker out there.
Well fielded.
Just a single taken.
What kind of a bat is this man, Mark? Is he decent bat? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, no, he'll look to lock it around, all right.
Okay. That's it.
This is singled out to deep mid wicket. Can Leinster get themselves up to that 108 that you're looking for, Jim?
Yes, here we are now. There you are.
That could be 4 of them. That's gone pretty straight.
That's 4 of them.
No, he just didn't get enough on it.
Well fielded.
Didn't get enough on it. They come back for a second after having a bit of a hug in front of the side screen down there.
Yeah, yeah. 4 off 3 though.
This one's going to be even slower from Paulie Lawson if that's possible.
Oh,
Switch his hands. Tried to switch hit and missed.
I missed with the back of the bat.
I think that caught the toe of the bat by the looks of things.
Yeah.
He's looking at the Q end. I'm not sure the benefit of that shot with 2 men behind point. Yeah, that's gone straight.
Straight, only the 1 though.
Take the 1. It's better than the dot, Jim.
Yep. 5. Paul's actually bowled very well.
He has. He's very, very well.
Yeah, yeah.
Which you'd expect from him, to be fair.
Yeah, very clever cricketer. Having said...
Go straight this time. Will it make the boundary with 4?
Well
no,
fielded.
not a very good piece of fielding.
Well fielded again.
Just JJ Gart down there with the diving stop.
Yeah.
Saved 3 runs. Only came through for a single there. Lawson's last over wicketless for the first over he's bowled this year, or in this game. That's gone for, what's he gone for, 7 in that? Finishes with 3 for 30 in his 4. A fine spell of bowling.
Great spell.
Leinster move on to 171 for 7 into the final over now.
Stapleton, is it?
Looks like Stapleton going to finish off the innings.
We're going to get that 180. And I say we, the batting side. I better not show any bias. I don't want to be run out of here. Yeah. I'd say 180 is on, Mark, would you?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. 3 wickets in hand, but still, over 170 is going to be a good total.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very competitive. Now, this man ball's full and straight up. He'll hit the stumps. And his balls are wide.
Moves across and looks like he's got away with that.
No, he didn't wide him.
Didn't wide him because, now, as I said, Mundra did move across in front of his stump, so unless he was saying that just shaved the leg stump, it's hard to tell from our angle here. He starts the over with a dot. Moves across again, and another swing and a miss. Your 180 is not looking great now, Jim.
No, it's not looking good now, but I still think my friend is going to get a 6 or die in the attempt.
6 over third man, is it?
Yes. Anywhere. I'd say a cow.
It's just popped up to square leg. They're going to come back for a second. Have to run hard, though.
Run hard.
They got through, no problem. So the fine bit of keeping there from Greg Collins. Will pick up and flick off the bails, but Ruja was home, just home. Trying to go downtown. It's gone straight up in the air. It's got to be taken. Comfortable catch from JJ Garth. Sees the end of an entertaining 16 from Moondra. Not a great final over for Leinster. Just 2 runs coming from it on a wicket down. 2 balls to go. And I know no one's interested, but Ireland have just scored a try in the rugby to bring it to 13-all.
Oh, great. How far advances the game?
It's in the 58 minutes.
Okay.
So I think we've the conversion to come here, so could be taking the lead for the first time in that game.
And the association football has started as well, hasn't it?
Oh, there's some other team playing. I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah. Because you notice I didn't call it soccer. They spoke to me, lads, when I said it was soccer. No, they said it wasn't. Association football.
Association football, yes, correct.
Yep.
The new batter for Leinster is Luke Callanan.
Luke Callanan in at 10 for Leinster. And he starts off with a swing and a miss. Turning out to be a very fine over from Stapleton.
He did the same in the last game.
He did, yeah. He did.
Same. Finished with a wicket and hit for very few. Very, very good. Great catch. Again, very solid fielding.
The final ball of the Leinster innings. They'll be running anyway. Yeah, just takes off. And he makes it through for a bye.
And
they're
they're
going to come back for a
back.
second. Oh, no, yes, no, wait.
No, thank you. Bye. Yeah, I'm running. No, I'm not.
1 bye to finish off the innings. Leinster finish on 173 for the loss of 8 wickets. That's a very competitive total, I'd figure, Jim.
Oh, yes, you'll take that.
I certainly will.
You'll take that. No, they're very much in the game. But you have one big knock in it, and that's crucial.
Yeah.
They're going to need one big knock to equal. No, that's a great score, and given how difficult the batting appeared to be in the first game, that's very commendable.
Just a replay here now of the of the final bye. Confusion everywhere, his body's flailing all over the place.
Yeah.
And the Leinster scorecard dominated there from Gareth Delaney. A fine 85 off 38 deliveries. And there's a few supporting acts as well. Mundi Patel, 21 off 11. Tristan De Beer, 21 off 15. Bilal Azar, 16 off 26. And Mundra, 16 off 14 deliveries. Moving on to the Pembroke bowling figures. Jim doesn't have his glasses on with him, so Ollie Riley with the pick of the bowlers with 2 for 36. Paul Lawson 3 for 30 in 3 overs was the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, now they can see it. Nicholas Stapleton 1 for 31. Byron McDonough 1 for 32. Harry none for 15 off 2. Ollie Riley 2 for 36. Jonathan Cart none for 30 in his 3 overs, and Paul 3 for 30 in his 3 overs.
Looks like that Irish try was chalked off, so it's 13-8 still to South Africa.
Thanks very much, Mark.
So the roundup is Leinster got 174 for 8, meaning Pembroke will need 175 to win the LHK Insurance's Alan Murray T20 final here at Sydney Parade. We'll be back in 10 minutes with the second innings.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade. We're here now for the fourth innings that we've seen here in Sydney Parade today. First of all, we had the game, the semi-final between Pembroke and Balbriggan. And then we saw Leinster putting up a very impressive 174 for 8. I'm joined in the commentary box, Finton McAllister. Well, Finton, it was a one-man show for Leinster, really.
Yeah, some serious hitting on show there from Gareth Delaney. Just the size of the shots he was hitting, he was just clearing the ropes by miles. It was great to see. And great to have the internationals here playing in the club final.
Yeah, it's always good. It always brings down a bigger crowd when you can say which internationals are playing. Harry Tector, obviously, on the Pembroke side, and Gareth Delaney on the Leinster side. I see a few of the Pembroke internationals along the wall today. Andy Bell-Burney and Barry McCarthy and Law Kentucky down. And, you know, in some ways, I'm sort of glad the club didn't parachute all four of them into a side. You've got these lads who have... They've won the games that got them to the final. It would be a shame that somebody had to miss out just so. But I can understand as well Harry Tector coming back in, a man of such class, you can't really leave him out.
Yeah, we were only saying earlier on how strong the Pembroke team is actually with all the internationals. It must be one of probably the best club sides that's ever played, probably alongside the North County team probably in 2006 to 2010. They were fairly stacked with players as well.
Yeah, I thought it was a golden age for Pembroke cricket when they won the All-Ireland 5 years ago, but even now the side has been strengthened. Obviously, the demise of YMCA has been somewhat of a benefit to certain clubs around the place, and you know, the YMCA, who were the league champions in their final season, and then dispersed across Leinster, and we were lucky enough to pick up quite a few players. Not only on the men's side, but obviously Robin Lewis and Sarah Forbes as well on the women's side. And a few kids coming down on Sundays. So, you know, even a dark cloud of the closing of YMCA has sort of been a bright spark for various different clubs. You know, Marion have picked up a couple as well. And
a couple of Clontarf.
And that was a good thing as well, whereby YMCA just didn't join another club or try and merge with another club and try and keep that side together. They've all gone their separate ways, and it's made for a very interesting season.
Yeah, the standard in the Premier League is probably as high as it's ever been.
Well, we're underway then. Pembroke's chase. Moondra, it is, who's starting from the St John's end, left arm over. The opening batsman, Tucker and Tector, as it was in the semi-final. Very slingy action he has.
Slingy action, yeah, and you'd imagine if Pembroke are to go on and win this, you'd imagine Harry Tector will have a vital role to play in that.
Well, that's the thing. We were talking about this on the sidelines, and you look at the top of the Pembroke order with Dermot Tucker, Tim Tector, JJ Garth, Harry Tector, Nick Stapleton, Jack Tector, Fiacre Tucker. You know, they're all good bats, and Pembroke need one or two of them certainly to go on. If not in the manner of Gareth Delaney, then certainly with the same sort of outcome as Gareth Delaney. Half century was a big part of that 174 that Pembroke are now chasing down.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think Leinster will be very, very happy with the total they've put up. They've come into a final, they've put up a good total, they've got the runs on the board, and
scoreboard pressure itself will play a part.
Of course, yeah.
9 and over. Pembroke kind of need to get to their target of 175.
It's always a bit more nervy coming in when the sun's going down and you have to chase a big total.
Knowing that so many people's evening and mood will depend on the result of the game. There'll be either a lot of very happy people in Rathmines or a lot of happy people here in Sydney Parade. And we will find out in 19.2 overs where the happy people will be.
And Leinster obviously beat Malahide in the first semi-final, so if Malahide had got through, might have been a bit of biased commentary from myself there.
Well, there's you from Malahide and Mark, Leinster, me, Pembroke. Balbriggan were the ones who weren't directly represented, but Jim Bennett did a good job of representing Fingal League, I think, on the mic today.
No better man than Jim to represent the Fingal.
No. Very proud of what Fingal cricket has achieved over the years. Quite rightly so. Well, Pembroke on the board. Dermot Tucker getting his first single. Tim Tector to face his first delivery.
Yeah.
Tim's been in magnificent form with the bat for both the Leinster Lightning and Pembroke. I don't think he could have been too far away from the selectors' minds for the World Cup. I mean, he sort of covers openers and has the power to be sort of number 7 as well. So,
yeah, very versatile is Tim.
Knows how to pace an innings, that's for sure. Pembroke will be hoping he does so here today. Well, rain was forecast for 4 o'clock. We've managed to avoid that so far. Let's hope it stays away, at least until the conclusion of these 20 overs. 19 overs to go now.
Yeah, there was a lot of black clouds around earlier on, but happy enough to avoid it, and probably hard to see on the screen there, but it's fairly windy out here.
Mark Tonge coming on from the nursery end. I saw his father along the wall earlier on. Stephen, left-handed batsman. Oh, well, he wasn't a bowler, so I'm going to say he was a batsman. With Sandyford for many years. Played
That's
with
true,
him up
yeah.
there for 3 years.
Played a couple of times against Stephen and Mark.
Yeah, well, I don't think I've played against Mark. He went, his rise through the ranks was far quicker. Took him well beyond my level.
Yeah, he's a lovely bowler, as Mark. What I really like about Mark is he's got a real good head on his shoulders. He just tries to do the simple things well and doesn't try and complicate anything. He just tries to stick to his top of off stump, and he's got great control and a very mature cricketer.
That's it. So often young fast bowlers are only concerned with pace and nothing else. Control goes out the window. Plenty of coaching up in Leinster these days. Johnny Garth, the coach of Leinster today. That one just hits out on the leg side for a single. Time to get the scoreboard ticking over. Strike rotating.
Yeah, Leinster going to be happy at the moment.
I wouldn't go so far as it's Leinster's to lose, but one feels that they're a head or two ahead. After that first innings, they'd have been delighted with the way that went.
Yeah, it was a great total to put up in a final.
Well, Mark was talking about a try being scored by Ireland. It seems it was chalked off because South Africa now 20 points to 8 ahead.
Yeah, great weekend of sport on this weekend with the football, the rugby, the cricket.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in the round ball game. I'm sure there's some Gaelic on as well this weekend. Short, hit in the air, but it's straight to a fielder, and Tucker's going to perish in the second over. You could see he was trying to put it. He just got under it too much and lifted it. And a simple enough catch. And the first wicket down with just 3 on the board.
Yeah, first wicket there for Mark Tonge, and never really looked in control of the shot there and skied it up.
Tucker makes his way back to the pavilion, and that will bring JJ Garth to the middle. Yeah. Leinster will feel they're one step closer to perhaps lifting the LHK group Alan Murray Cup.
Yeah, brings JJ Garth in, another man who's worked very hard on his batting over the last couple of years.
The ground announcer announcing the arrival of JJ Garth to the middle. The batsman did cross. Maybe they didn't, or maybe it's just that the new batsman has to face these days. Either way, important partnership for Pembroke. They really would want to get a good, steady base going. First 10 overs. I mean, again, Leinster managed to reach 90 in 10 overs.
Yeah, there was some extreme hitting there from Gaz Delaney. Quality to see now. There you go, just nibbles away at that length. That's what I really do like about Mark Tonge. Just that top of off there.
Just not giving the batsman any room.
Nice tight, good control.
He always feel like you're going to have to play the next one because he is that accurate.
And they have to try and get after him because the power play is so important to the batting team.
Well, that's how Dermot Tucker felt. He was trying to put it over the rim. It wasn't to be. And already that required rate climbing. Pembroke won't want.
Yeah, Leinster would be absolutely delighted with the start.
You can see.
2 very good overs up top.
If it does come down to DL, Pembroke need to get on a bit tighter. Five overs maketh the game. That's my understanding of the regulations for this final.
And there does look to be a few dark clouds there behind the house estate there. Hopefully it avoids us. You probably have more of the local knowledge than us, Craig.
Well, I'd kind of be hoping that that cloud goes down the Liffey Valley and doesn't come over this way. And certainly the wind is suggesting that the weather's coming more from the west than the north. Well, this is a super start. This is exactly what Leinster would have wanted. 2 overs gone, just 3 on the board.
Yeah, and they're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just sticking to tight lines, ball on the top of off, good control, and it's paying off for them here. So much to be said for just getting off to a good start.
Pembroke tried to in the first game, but lost too many wickets. Perhaps a bit more pragmatic this time. Wow, another close throw. Had to run the first one so quickly, there was no turn and return.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been gone if that hit, and a great bit of backing up there actually as well.
That very easily could have flown away. I see a few raindrops coming now. Nothing bad enough to disturb us at the moment. Captain Bilal Azar just moving a couple of fielders around.
2.5 overs gone so far, but we're still yet to see the first boundary.
The ball being stopped in the ring, and the rain coming down just that little bit harder now. I suspect this rain is falling from a cloud that's many miles away. Finally making it to ground here in Sydney Parade.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be much above us at the moment, but it looks like something's hovering there.
Just while the rain starts coming down, I'm just going to move a couple of things around in the shed.
Another swing and another top edge finds Bilal Azar at mid-on. And Tim Tector has to depart.
Leinster will be absolutely over the moon with this start that they've had, and the bowlers have done a great job here.
Yeah, they seem to be bowling into the wicket, making it difficult for the batters to free their arms.
Just chatting earlier there, Jones was saying that they're not doing really anything out of the ordinary. They're just sticking to nice tight lines and bowling on the top of off, and it's paying off dividends for them.
Very much so, yeah. Now I believe there's a bit of rain starting to fall here, Pembroke. Craig Senior has just popped in to do a bit of admin. I think it's 5 overs for a game. So if Leinster had a bit of smarts about them, they'd be getting a couple of spinners on here and getting DL involved as quickly as possible.
They'd definitely be running around at the moment trying to get them in.
So after 3 overs, Pembroke have moved on to 5 for 2. It does look like Mark Tonge is going to continue, but for how long, I don't know. Certainly Steve Wood is certainly looking around going, I don't think I fancy this.
Mark Tonge, great first over there. Picked up the first wicket. He's only gone for one.
Guided down to third man by JJ Garrett. Harry Tector is the new batter.
You'd imagine he's going to have to play a vital role in this if Pembroke have a chance of
Very much so.
anywhere near it.
Yeah, very much so, Frinty. Very much so. Just starting to get a bit heavier now, but there is kind of light up there. It's kind of a strange, as you can see in your screens, there's still shadows from the sun, but it's also raining quite hard, so I'm not sure what the umpires are going to do here.
I think if that black cloud comes over us here, we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, but for how long, I guess? The bit of moisture on the wicket, though, might help the batters. It might speed things up a little bit so the ball skid through.
Very true.
Short, another top edge. Is it going to be the third wicket? Yes, it is. Oh, was it a no ball? I think we both must have missed that. It was a free hit.
I think we're too busy worrying about that rain that was coming in.
I think Harry Tector, it must have been a no ball. Yeah, it was 2 no balls. The first ball gone on the scorecard. We both missed it. As you say, Finty worried about the rain. Again, got it down to third man.
Yeah, well played by Garge. Soft hands. But still yet to see our first boundary.
Yeah. Score moves on to 9. Again, good length from Mark Tonge.
Just brilliant control. Just controlled so well for such a young man. It's very impressive.
Must be a bit intimidating as well, bowling to Harry Tector, a big tall man who's impressed across the world. Got as high as 4th in the world rankings in one-day cricket.
That looks like he's relishing the challenge anyway, young Mark Tonge.
Very much so. He's holding his own. The rain seems to have dissipated for now.
This is where, if you're Leinster, I think you'd just be running around trying to get that other next over in.
Get the 5th over in as quick as possible. Hopefully we'll have a DL score in at some stage.
It does just look a bit hairy at the moment. Didn't really get hold of that one, JJ Garrett. Bit of a misfield out in the boundary, and they never came back for 2.
No, everyone just kind of walking around for that one. We have a DL score, so the par score at the moment is 38, so Pembroke are obviously some way away from that. Very well fielded by Sakib Banadru. Going to come back from the second. Got to be tight. Got to be quick. Good running from Pembroke in the end. JJ Garth turned and went very quickly there.
Yeah, been very good here of Leinster. Been diving around the field. Good lines. They're making it tricky for Pembroke.
Eight from that over. 4 down, 4 gone. Score moves on to 13 for 2.
And as you say, one more over in to constitute a game. If that rain does end up coming down on us.
Well, it looks like Mudra's going to continue. Topal Al-Azhar might give himself a go.
First time actually seeing Mudra. Very impressed.
Very impressive. Middle stump goes reeling back. Fantastic delivery, full and straight. Gart swings, misses. Bit of afterwards, a bit of afters going on there as well.
It looked like one or two things might have been said there just after, but second time we've seen a middle stump cartwheel out of the ground.
Yeah, very much so. Everyone telling everyone to calm down.
I'd love to see a bit of spice in the game as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you can see there, swing and a miss.
It's been some start here for Leinster.
Score is now 13 for 3.
He looks quite awkward to face here, does Moodra. Just that left arm slingy.
Sling's got a bit of wheels about him as well, I think. He's certainly putting it down there.
He does. He definitely bends the back, and he's got good pace.
You wouldn't be standing up to him back in the day, Finty, would you?
No, I doubt that, all right. And there's...
Just slipped down leg side. Sorry, Stapleton is a new... Pembroke captain Stapleton is a new batter. You feel a crucial partnership now coming up here for Pembroke. They need to get something going.
Big time.
Before this game slips away from them. Duckworth Lewis Stern is now up to 51 at the end of this over, so they're quite away from that if the rain does come down, which obviously we hope does not happen.
Quick single from Stapleton.
Harold Harry Tector playing Mudra. Figures a 5 for 2 off 2.2.
Yeah, only one a bit more overs to go out of that power play, and then things become even harder to hit boundaries, so it's still yet to see one.
I suppose the thing for Pembroke is that Mudra will have bowled 3 overs, so leaving himself just one for the back end of the innings, so they require him. But Leinster do have plenty of bowling on the show today.
Nice tight lines again.
You know, having Garth Delaney available for Leinster today has obviously strengthened the batting and the bowling. I can see him rolling the arms now.
It was a great display earlier on, wasn't it, Jonesy? It was
some massive hitting, all right, yeah.
Hitting.
It seems effortless with him as well. There's no violence to it. I remember, like when I played and I might hit the odd one, it was a scutch, and I put a lot of effort behind it. Whereas he makes it feel just look so effortless. Mudra straying onto Harry Tector's hips there, and Harry showing the class of the man. Just worked it away behind square for 4 runs. Very nicely played. Got the first boundary for Pembroke.
That's the first boundary, yeah.
The 5th over. Looks like we could have another lost ball situation in the hedge. Hedges look lovely, but in quicker pitches they are an absolute disaster. Balls go missing all the time in them.
And great to have the internationals on show. They just make it look so easy with the timing.
Slight delay up. We found it. Ball has been located. As Niall Walsh said, a ball has been located. We're not quite sure if it's the ball, but they're playing on anyway. And in the rugby, Ireland have lost 27-20. Nicely played from Harry. Just worked that one down to third man.
Yeah, Leinster will be absolutely delighted with the start.
Now, can Mudra get out of this over? Started off very well with the wicket. Short, straight to point to the willing of her hands of Garth Delaney. Definite bonus wicket there for Leinster. Short and wide. Should have been dispatched for 4 by Stapleton, but he just finds the waiting hands of Garth Delaney.
And how about them figures from Mundra? He'd be delighted with that.
all Leinster fans will be delighted for that.
3 wickets, he's only conceded 10 runs.
3 for 10 and 3.
Do you reckon will they give him another one, or do you think they'll hold him back till the end?
They probably should hold him back till the end, but you never know. It's it's going to be hard to get the ball out of his hands. Looks like we are going to see a change of bowling. We're having a bit of a change of personnel in the commentary box as well. I'm joined by the great Jim Bennett of the Hills fame. Jim, how many books have you done now?
4. 3.
Have you sold any?
200 to 250. 3 cricket ones and 1 hockey. The hockey was a commission by Portran. The hockey club was 100 years old in 2019. And Pascal Henchy saw that I had done cricket books, so he asked me what I do. So that, and then the Hills, one about Fingal cricket, and then the last one was a leash one because I'm a leash man. So 4, that's it. Since COVID, you have to do something during COVID.
You do.
Yeah,
you do.
so that's and
I drank wine and got really fat.
Well, that's allowed as well. Yeah. But I was upstairs in splendid isolation.
Suspended isolation with a word processor.
Yes, yeah, but I was upstairs, so they knew where I was,
right,
even if I wasn't communicating.
Okay.
But the soaps and that are on downstairs.
I see.
Emmerdale,
I get you.
You know yourself.
Yeah. Now, Jack Tector is the new batsman, and Gareth Delaney is the new bowler. It's been the Gareth Delaney show so far today for Leinster.
Leinster have fielded brilliantly as well.
Leinster fielding has been good so far, yes.
Yeah. Is there a spinner coming on at the other end as well, along with Gareth?
Well, they have a choice of Joe Carroll, Bilal Azhar, Saqib Banadri. That'll be the choice of bowlers. They have Luke Callaghan as well, I believe, bowls a bit of seam. So we shall see. Bilal Azhar has a wealth of riches at his disposal today. It's very nicely bowled by Gareth. His bowling really has come on in the last number of years. He used to bowl this really high, loopy googly, which you could spot from Mars. But he bowls really, really flat now, really quick.
Yeah, and the national coach loves wrist spinners. So
yeah. Oh, bit of yes, no, yes, no.
Yes, no. You probably as a Leinster man, Mark, you'd probably be batting him a bit higher, Mark, would you? On the Irish team.
Well, he's kind of been messed around is probably the wrong thing to say, but he's been up and down like a yo-yo. Yeah, like he started off at number 3 and 2 and 3 and 4 in the T20s, and as soon as he loses a bit of form, he's dropped down to 7 and 8. Look, we're just delighted he's still playing in the Irish team. I think he offers you something, whether it be at 7 and 8 or whether, and certainly with the ball. Then he is a fine cricketer. And he puts a lot of effort into it as well, Jim, Well,
he's worked very hard in his game at every level. And I think with the fielders in, he's an ideal man to put the ball out over them.
Yeah.
Early on, he's a lovely clean striker, the ball.
Like I remember didn't he open the batting in the ODIs against England during COVID?
Yes.
And that didn't really work. He was kind of found out a little bit, whereas they just yorked him because of his big high backlift. They figured they'd be able to get underneath him, and they did. And since then, he's kind of slipped down the order. And Graham Ford freely admitted that was probably a mistake at the time, but he thought it was something worth experimenting with to see how he would get on up there. Because obviously Balbirnie and Sterling aren't going to last forever. Gareth is still a relatively young man, so bit of succession planning there as well.
Yeah, no, I mean he has great potential and has worked very hard.
Very much so.
At every level.
And 3 coming from his first over there. Pembroke have moved on to 23 for 4. It's gone a bit dark here again now. Duckworth Lewis Stern has moved to 66th at the end of this over. So obviously Pembroke are quite some way from that. Losing the 4 wickets doesn't help. But this Pembroke team bat deep. But you know yourself, if you take 4 wickets in a power play, you normally don't win a game of cricket.
No, you're not in it, and they haven't runs either.
Correct.
So it's more seam. I thought that to try another spinner.
Well, we always give out to Bilal that he doesn't bring himself on quick enough. We still believe that he should be opening the bowling with the way he swings the ball. He can be very, very accurate. But I suppose at the higher level you go up, he's just that nice pace that guys like to get under.
That the good lads can pick out.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on now against the classy Harry Tector. Starts with a bouncer. I'm quite surprised with everyone. I think that one might have just got stuck in the hand there, Jim.
Yes, it wasn't what he intended by the look of it. But got away with it, only a single.
We're trying to work out if it is raining or not currently.
That's off.
Has a bit of an ominous feel about it. I think they're coming off now, yeah. It has that ominous feel about it. It's going to absolutely tip down. As the covers go up around our tent here as well, Jim. I think we'll be going off the air fairly soon.
Looking like it, yep. Protect all the equipment.
So as we go off for rain, Pembroke are 24 for 4 after 6.2 overs. And the rain is coming down in droves. We'll be back to the action as soon as it happens.
Of course the phone's missing.
Welcome back to Sydney Parade. After about an hour's rain delay. Thankfully, because the game started a little bit earlier, we have lost no overs. So the state of play is that Pembroke are 24 for 4 and 6.2 overs, requiring another 150 runs to win the game. Duckworth Lewis Stern par score at the moment is 70. So a bit way to go. But two Tector brothers at the crease, Harry being one of them. We apologise for the poor quality of the picture at the moment. We're just getting the camera cleaned. And all should be in readiness in the next couple of moments. Bilal Azhar to continue his over. Mark Jones here, and I'm joined again by the wonderful Jim Bennett.
Hello, Mark. Everything under control. Amazing that there's no overs lost. Wonderful.
Yeah, there can be no excuses now. Short and wide from Azhar.
Well fielded.
Very well fielded in the deep. I think that's Mudra out there. So it'll be a monumental effort for Pembroke here to get themselves over the line. Short and pulled away from Jack Tector, 6 runs. Very nice start from Pembroke. They've obviously started with a bit of intent. 8 runs coming from the first 2 deliveries back. That was just too short from Bilal, especially at his pace. He's just going to go the distance. He needs to find a way out of this over now. 9 runs coming from it. Slower this time, slower and fuller. Clever piece of bowling that. Wide signal this time, down the leg side. Ooh, tight one there. Direct hit, Jim, might have been interesting.
He might have been out, with a direct hit. They could do without that at this stage if they want to make a game of it.
So 11 coming from Bilal's first over. Score moves on to 34 for 4 off 7.
Gareth Delaney.
Run rate creeping up to just under 11, 10.85. It's a long way to go for Pembroke, you feel?
It is. I mean, they don't need one good over. They need 2 or 3 good overs. And we see how Garrett fares now with the wrist spin.
Interesting, all right, the ball obviously be a little bit damp. Interesting phase of the game now. Leinster need to keep the foot to the medal. Whereas Pembroke really need to get going. Jack Tector on strike. And obviously with 11 needed per over, Jim, they're going to have to take a few risks.
They are, yeah. They have to go for it.
Just nudge into the leg side for a single. Bilal does the fielding. Very nicely played by Harry. Just let that one come under his eyes and just a little short-arm jab into the offside and a walk single, you know.
Single, yep.
Jack comes down the wicket. Bit of an appeal from Gareth. But I think he was too far down for umpire Ryan to be anyway interested in that.
Or to be even considering it, yep.
No DRS here today, obviously, Jim.
No, thank God. All depending on the two men outside. Fourth.
Nicely picked up out in the outfield there by Mark Tonge. It's a tidy enough over so far from Gareth. You feel, though, that Pembroke will need to get a boundary full on the next two deliveries. They need to keep in check, otherwise that race is going to get higher and higher. Oh, and a missed stumping there from Ring Cassidy behind the stumps.
I'm afraid, yep.
Gareth Delaney doing Harry Tector all end up there. But unfortunately for Leinster, Cassidy couldn't hold on to the ball. It was a tough chance, but chances need to be taken. Again, Harry just gets himself off strike, pushing one into the covers. So how costly will that mistake be, do you think, Jim?
It's hard to know. But unfortunately, there's no intent at the minute. Now, obviously, you can't score runs if you're behind the other side of the boundary rope. So, but you kind of feel that they have to have a go at it rather than just let things lapse in front of them.
And that's Azar to continue. But as you say, Jim, I think they need to
have a goal.
They need to do something. They need
yeah.
to do something quick. Otherwise, the game will just slip away from them.
Well,
there's four of them anyway.
That's a start, yeah. Yeah, that's what you're not. No, this could be the over.
Azar goes short. Too short, bit of a tennis ball bounce. And Harry Tector just helps that one along. Couple of bounces into the fence. Fine leg was up. Could this be the start of something for Pembroke? This could be a big over for Bilal Azar. Good comeback.
Yeah, well done. 4 off 2, so this you feel there has to be one big over.
You do. They need an over with 20, 26 off it.
Yeah.
To get themselves back in the hunt for it in this game. They've got to run out of overs very quickly here. But with Harry Tector at the crease, you never know. Kane just pushed into the onside there by Harry. Fielded by Gareth Delaney out in the outfield. Through the covers this time from Jack Tector.
Four
And
more.
that's beaten the man at deep extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 4. Nice controlled stroke from Tector there. You could be right, Jim. This could be the over.
This could be over. The player hurt as well.
Hopefully nothing too serious. He does look to be in some discomfort over there.
Some discomfort. They're after turning him around now.
Kind of a short delay in play here while they have a look. There's the first boundary. And there's a drive from Jack Tector. He just seemed to land awkwardly on his knees there, I think. Obviously in a bit of discomfort, his teammates rushing to his assistance.
And a person running out in the traditional way with a bottle of water.
The old magic sponge, Jim.
The old water, yep. It cured us all when we were playing football. Could be poured into either boot.
Could.
Yeah, he's up anyway. Oh, he's okay.
That's good to see. Hopefully nothing hurt by a bit of pride. Followed up nicely with it by Azar again there. A lot fuller this time. Tector didn't get a chance to free his arms. Squirts it away. Oh no, it's a no ball though.
No ball.
This is the second free hit now for Harry Tector. If you remember, he was caught off the first one.
Yes, yeah, before the deluge.
Which we didn't spot, yeah. A free hit this time. The Arrow changed the field as they crossed. So we've got a man going out at deep square and then deep mid wicket. Oh, that's gone big.
That's big.
That's big. That's 6 runs all the way. Big hit from Harry Tector. This could be the over, Jim.
Yes, this is the one that left the ground. Yep.
There's been 17 from this over already, Jim.
Yeah.
Still a ball to go.
I think it's over up. I think.
Well, they called over on it.
Well, look.
No, I think he's just gone for another ball, Jim.
Oh, no, right, okay.
Yeah, monster hit there from Harry Tector. A big delivery here for Bilal Azar. He needs to get out of this over. 17 scored off it already. Very controlled from Harry there. Just pushed it out into the covers. Just takes a single again. 18 coming from Bilal Azar's second over. A funny feeling he'll be taking himself off now.
Yeah, I'd say that must be it. And yet it hasn't made a great impact, has it? On the
hasn't made a huge dent, no.
Yeah, they need another one of those to even remotely come near.
It's 119 needed from the final 11 overs. Looks like Gareth Delaney is going to continue with his leg breaks at the nursery road end. Harry Tector moves to 26 off 20. Jack Tector 17 off 12. Key crucial partnership here, this for Pembroke. Dragged down a bit there by Gareth Delaney. Saqib Banazor slips in the outfield there. He's obviously struggling with his shoulder or something after that. After the fall in the deep down the last over. Harry Tector comes back for 2.
Same place.
Same place, but
Will it
firmer
be two?
hit. He
Will it be
slipped
two?
again.
2 again.
I think Leinster need to have a look at this now and change the field because he's slipping a lot out there, and he's
And struggling with his arm. By the look
struggling
of
with the arm as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're going back to this one, back again.
Down the ground this time from Harry. Now you feel Jack Tector's going to have a go at one of these two, one of these remaining 3 deliveries. Down the
There we
wicket he
are.
comes. It's in the air. Has he got enough of it?
Got it.
He has. It's gone all the way for 6.
6.
Very, very big hit there from Jack Tector into the longest part of the ground and into the wind as well.
Yeah.
Pembroke on the charge here, Jim.
Yes, this is the second good over with the intent now being shown. Now, will they have another go? That's what, 11 off the over, is it?
11 so far, 2 balls to go, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Leinster seem to have gone to sleep here a little bit, Jim. I think
They kind of got complacent.
they did.
You know,
They're expecting something to happen here.
we have this one. We just go, a bit of urgency need to be injected into the proceedings.
Another drag down from Gareth.
Yeah, that's okay. Though.
Just be a single this time.
13.
13 from that. Gareth Delaney over.
That's
And with that, there'll be a change in the commentary box. Craig Senior's going to come in.
Oh, what a great time to be coming back onto commentary, Jim.
Yes, yeah. When you're just getting closer to the DLS as well.
Yeah.
Getting closer now. It's nearly 70 to decent response now. That's 30 and 2 overs.
Well, the DL figure on the scoreboard at the moment, 86. Pembroke, if this game goes all the way, need 106 from 10 overs. And at one stage they were looking at 12 and over, so the last couple of overs.
Yeah, it's gettable. Another good over. After getting 30 off 2 overs.
And that's made a big difference to the Pembroke score. And as Jim says, it brings that DL just that little bit closer. Well, right arm over now. Our camera just slightly off to one side. Harry Tector facing. Well, that 6 he hit off the no ball a couple of overs ago. I think it's still travelling somewhere down Sandymount Strand.
Yeah. Never to be seen again, although Bill Dwyer used to be very good for retrieving those.
That's why we put the fence up.
Yeah.
Stopping going into people's back gardens.
All right, okay.
You'd know yourself, sometimes the neighbours aren't too happy at finding a strange man wandering around their back garden looking for
cricket balls, yeah.
Cricket ball.
Even if they have bought houses beside the cricket field.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a different discussion.
Well, Callanan he's only had the 1 delivery so far. It's his brother Charlie who's actually doing the score for Leinster today. The young lad in the scoring box with Ada Lawson.
Charlie.
Callanan. He's
All right.
doing the scoring.
Oh,
on
very
both.
good, very good.
I think a late replacement, but he's doing a fine job down there. We can. It's quite funny looking down to the scorer's tent. You can see it at the top right of your screen behind that Cricket Leinster logo. All we can see is just their heads, really.
Just 2 heads, yeah. And Stephen Tonge used to be the scorer, is he?
He's on the ground.
I saw him
here.
somewhere, yes.
He's done Volunteer of the Year last year.
I saw that. That's 4 runs. Oh, well fielded.
Super piece of fielding in
well
the ring.
Fielded.
That's 4 runs saved, that's for sure. That would have run down to the Willfield Road gate from Harry Tector, but on this occasion, the fielder saves 4 runs And you get the feeling, I heard yourself and Mark saying that Leinster seemed to be a bit asleep since the break, and that they, it was almost a...
Yeah, there's a complacency has set in that the urgency's gone. There's nobody saying anything.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet in the field now.
Yeah, nobody's saying anything. It's all very calm.
And that's another big shot
That's
down
out.
towards the
That's
clubhouse, and it's gone for 6 off the
Six
fielder's hands.
Tremendous effort.
He went up for it with one hand, but
Tremendous
had he
effort.
taken it, would he have been able to get it back out of his hand
He
before
wouldn't.
he
He'd have
crossed
fallen into
the
the
road?
ditch.
He'd have fallen into the bushes.
Yeah, fantastic effort though.
Oh, it was a great effort. But 6 more runs. Harry Tector moves on to 79, and Pembroke move on to 77 for 4. They're just 9 behind that DL figure now, and that's just an incredible comeback
which
in the
gives you
last
a
few
sense of
overs.
where the game is.
Absolutely. And that's one thing DL is very good at. It tells you where you are in the game.
How are we fixed here?
Whether you're well behind the 8 ball or even well in front of the 8 ball. Callanan, he put that one in short and it disappeared. It was a great effort by the fielder down there.
Tremendous effort.
Another short ball.
Another short ball.
Swings around on
4
that
more.
one.
Bad fielding.
Well, he almost seemed to be taken by surprise around the corner. It was hit at him, and you could see him sort of tense up a bit as it got to him, and that allowed it to get past him. Another 4 runs. Harry Tector moves on to 43, well, exceptionally quickly. 28 balls, and his brother's hardly a slouch as well. 25 off just 15 deliveries. So these two really looking now to push Pembroke further and further, closer and closer to that DL, and in fact closer and closer to the finish line. And this is smart by Leinster now. They're just taking a moment.
Yeah, just hold. Yeah. Take your time. Reflect.
Take a breath. Think about what you want to do, not what happened in the last ball. This one played away on the leg side. The fielder on the boundary is going to have to come in for it. It's Delaney. He'll pick it up cleanly. It will just be a single. And Cassidy takes the throw in, and that's the end of the over. So 9 overs remain, 93 required. We're reaching the realms of possibility again.
Yes. Yeah. You're looking at 10, which is very manageable in T20. One good over, and it's.
That really was a great effort by the fielder.
Fantastic effort.
This one. This was the 4. This was not such
piece
good
of great
fielding.
yep.
He didn't know whether to come into it or go out to it or get down to it.
Hit me in the mouth.
Yeah, and that was the fear. And you saw the fear converted into 4 runs. Well, a change of bowling now at the nursery end.
More spin.
You just get the sense that Leinster feel, well, they should still be in the box seat. But the momentum is definitely shifting towards Pembroke at the moment.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, you would have figures on what's this partnership worth?
Well, it's going to be worth a few at this stage, isn't it? But, on the other hand, it only takes 1 ball, 1 wicket.
Well, they have to go on.
And they have to keep going.
Yeah, they have to keep going.
Partnership of 62 between these two from just 6 overs. So they're going at 10 and over.
That's
which is
exactly the
what,
target. Yes.
Yep. That's hit away. Wide mid-wicket, really.
Always 2.
They're going to go for 2 there.
Always 2.
Well, a direct hit may have had Jack Tector in trouble, but a direct hit from the boundary would be quite exceptional fielding.
You know it's not your day if that happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's time to go home.
Absolutely. Slower delivery.
Well bowled.
Very well bowled. That one causing Harry Tector just to stutter into his shot, really. Realised it wasn't there to be hit. Went to his second and third shot and made contact with none of them. So Bahadu again played away on the leg side. Again, well, this time you can see from the way they take the first, they knew there was no second there. Gareth Delaney has gone out there now, and I think you're quite right. The change of footwear and a stronger arm.
A stronger arm because the man was struggling because the man who had fallen on the ball was the one that the twos were hit to.
Tector Jack Tector rather, just pushing that one down the ground. The red helmet of Jack Tector. Again, delighted he's wearing the red helmet. Makes it so much easier for us as commentators to know who's facing. cut away nicely.
Oh, well fielded.
And beautiful piece of fielding. The throw back just wasn't accurate enough.
Pity.
But they had them in trouble if that had been the case. Well, from a game that we thought, when the rain came down, was dead and buried, is very much back at life now. These two batsmen dragging Pembroke back into a semblance of a chance in this LHK Group Alan Murray Cup final. 8 overs remain, 87 required. And again, a good over for Leinster. And you can see the Pembroke line well behind that Leinster line from the first innings. All those wickets falling at the start, but no wicket falling in 7 overs. And these two can well and truly count themselves in now.
Oh yeah, and going very well. But you know, as you're saying yourself, Greg, they have to. One of them has to go on.
Yep.
Yep. That Leinster had one big knock, and Pembroke need one big knock as well from at least one, with the others coming in behind him.
At the moment, these two, as we say, partnership of over 60 now. Callanan, his first over went for 13. Interested to see the approach of Pembroke. Well, it's got to be full on attack now. Single taken. This is the matchup that Pembroke were looking for. Harry Tector did a lot of damage to Callanan last over.
Very nice that, Lukey.
Just too short of a half century. Well, it will mean nothing if Pembroke fall to defeat after these efforts, these heroics from the Tectors. They're called for 2.
2 on it.
Jack decides to
well
take him
run.
on.
Well run.
And although Joey Carroll could pick it up cleanly, he couldn't let go of it cleanly.
50.
And there's Harry's 50. Super half centuries, 34 deliveries. And he has 50 of the 91 that Pembroke has scored. Not a good day with the bat for most of the Pembroke batsmen. I suspect there'll be some time in the nets over the next week or so. Try and get that feeling back. Harry Tector forces this one past the fielder in the ring. They'll just get through for a single. He got something on it, enough to delay it. And that run rate again creeping up. 11 now and over required. Nearly 2 a ball, and that is a very difficult ask. Not an impossible one, and they're still in this game.
You're back again to the good over, Craig.
Yep, you need that over of 20 odd.
Yep. Oh, hit it with the splice.
It was the bowling that got Leinster into this final. They managed to bowl or keep Malahide down to 105 in the first innings in the semi-final in Anglesey Road. Now it looks like Gareth Delaney's rapid 85 could end up being the difference between the two teams. This one played down the ground. Joey Carroll will make sure that it's just a single this time. He didn't like the fact they took 2 to him last time.
No, you wouldn't appreciate that when they're running 2 to you. Better over from the young man.
Just 43 balls remaining, 81 required. This time.
Oh, brilliant.
That is fabulous fielding.
Brilliant.
And that sees the end of Jack Tector. And that was a fabulous partnership for Pembroke. It's just a shame it came after the loss of 4 wickets, really.
Brilliant piece of fielding. And there have been close shaves right through the innings, with them testing the arm. So that's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Super work for Leinster, and they will feel now that they're just going to stamp their authority here and finish this game out. Well, 94 for 5. It's not over yet. But an awful lot now hanging on the shoulders of Harry Tector, making his debut for Pembroke at T20. And he's reached a half century already.
Well out, wasn't he?
He was. Didn't even run the bat in. He was that far out, and he knew it. It was a super piece of fielding. Squared the wicket. Didn't have the 3 stumps to aim at.
Single stump. Brilliant.
The new batter for Pembroke is
Fiacre Tucker now joins Harry Tector in the middle.
Fiacre batted well in the first game.
He managed to get Pembroke up to a total that they then defended against Balbriggan.
No, batted well now.
In fact, it's been a strange day because in the semi-finals, the side that batted second won in Anglesey but lost in Sydney Parade. And now in the final, Pembroke, having won the toss and chosen to chase down whatever total Leinster were capable of, find themselves in a bit of difficulty. Tucker plays it away on the offside. It's a good start. He's off with a single. You wonder how wet the ball is getting now. I notice a couple of guys with towels out there, but no matter how much you rub it with a towel, you're never going to get rid of it.
No, they're still going to be wet.
Yeah. Slower ball. Tector waited on it, played it around through square leg. Best person placed to field that one was actually the square leg umpire.
Right past him, yep.
He let that run past him. And now Tucker, he's got the scoreboard pressure with him. Got the pressure of knowing that Pembroke need runs and need runs quickly. No time to play himself in. This one played straight back to the bowler. And that run rate required now over 2 a ball. And it's got to be, again, tricky for Pembroke.
Oh, another run out.
Tucker makes it safely on this occasion. Gets the strike back to his partner. Now face 2 balls left in this over. And so far just 3 from it when Pembroke need 12. They're just sort of digging the hole a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's getting deeper progressively. We're back to needing the 20 at least in an over.
Well, that one's going to run away. Great effort by the fielder, but in fact it does reach the boundary. He made a valiant attempt to stop that. 4 more onto the board, and that's 100 up for Pembroke now. 101 for 5. Just 37 balls remaining.
Big ask, Craig.
A huge ask, huge ask. 2 a ball required for 37 balls. Not impossible. That'll just be a single.
No, just get to face the bowling.
That's sensible play. And it will leave Harry Tector on strike with 6 overs remaining. So, Jim, have you enjoyed your day?
It's been fantastic. Really enjoyed it. And congratulations to everybody involved. It's a brilliant effort by the Pembroke Club, for Niall and everybody that has the technology. I'm here in amaze at what you have done and what you're doing. So congratulations everybody at Pembroke. Brilliant.
Well, puts a huge amount of work in there, but of course behind the scenes as well, Dale getting us back on, and Philip and Bavna feeding us.
The ground staff and the food that we got, everything has been brilliant. So congratulations to everybody involved in Pembroke in the staging it today. But there's nothing that you could ask for more. Brilliant club to run events.
I'd say another 73 runs is what they could ask for more.
Well, that's the next part of it. Will we get that? We may get. I'll say no more. I'm neutral.
You are now. That one gets played away down to third. And with 5.9 overs remaining, to take you through to the end, it'll be Fintan McAllister, and joining him, Mark Jones.
Well, Finto.
Good to be back, Jonesy. What are your thoughts so far on this?
Leinster making it difficult for themselves. Callaghan continues. Another one pushed out to the covers. Faker Tucker.
Yeah.
But Harry's batted very well, it has to be said, to be fair.
He has. Once he's still in there, this game is still on.
He gave that one chance earlier on, the stumping, but wasn't taken, so...
Yeah, he might punish them for that.
Still, run rate of 12.5 is always going to be tough, especially in club cricket. Will this be the wicket that Leinster need? Just straight down Joe Carroll's hands. That is a huge, huge wicket in the context of this game, Finton.
Huge wicket, and Harry Tector's just standing in the middle. He probably can't believe what he's done, but...
Complete disbelief, yeah. He's out for 59. What looked like a bit of a half volley from Callahan. It's been hit straight down Joe Carroll's throat at long on. And Harry walks off in complete disbelief, having made a very, very good 59 runs off 40 deliveries. I kind of felt he held the key to this Pembroke innings. So obviously his dismissal is big for Leinster.
Yeah, of course, it's such a big total. He was always going to play a vital part in it, and you'd have to probably think that it's probably only going one way at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah, and a big moment as well for young Callahan. To get one of the world's premier one-day batsmen out is always going to be a big feather in your cap.
That'd be a nice scalp for him.
Just trying to see who the new batsman is. I think it's Stapleton, is it?
Greg Hollins, actually, I think, coming in. Is it Greg Hollins?
No, it's Greg Hollins. Yeah, you're right. Just see it here. Harry Tector, straight down Joe Carroll's throat at long on. No, I don't see why Joe doesn't have a cap on either, which is a bit of a...
I could do one out here myself.
Well, you have sunglasses on your head, and you might use them. There you go. Now the sun is getting quite low here. And for those interested on if you're living under a rock, England unfortunately just won on penalties. Depending on your perspective, of course. Now can Callahan get out of this over? Just a single at the deep point.
Yeah, fair play to the young man. He won't wipe that smile off his face easy, I'd say.
No. 3 coming from it. 1 ball to go. Run rate starts creeping up now. It's over 13.5 now.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for Pembroke now to get back in this game.
I'm talking to Conor Hoey there a moment ago, and he said, "Oh, it's only 10s," but I said, "Conor, it's 10 for 10 overs. It's a long way to go in club cricket." You know, we're so used to seeing those kind of numbers chased down in IPLs and big bashes and all that kind of good stuff. Whereas we have to remember the level that we're at here. And, you know, club cricket is club cricket and will remain club cricket.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And that's no disrespect to anyone. Another good over there for Callahan. Four coming from it, but the big thing from a Leinster perspective is the wicket of Harry Tector, which has just been replayed on your screen. Harry cannot believe what he's just done. I think he knew from the moment it left the bat that was not going to go far enough, and straight to Joe Carroll.
I have to say, it has been great to have the internationals playing in this, and it's just how effortless they make the shots look and the sixes look. They're just clear in the ropes by meters, and it just looks as easy for them.
Well, that's all the practice they do as well. They know exactly how far they can hit the ball when they time it, or even when they mistime it. So keep Bahador to continue. He's been impressive again today, just going for the 14 in his first couple of overs. But you feel now with the run rate just touching over 14, Finto, that it's now or never for Pembroke.
Yeah, they're going to have to go at it big here now, basically from every over from now on. But we can really only see it going one way at the moment. And probably Leinster have been the better team overall in the game. Really, you know, just at the start, I suppose, lost a couple of early wickets with Pembroke. And
well, as we said in the first innings, runs on the board in the final is crucial. You know, even if it's only 130, 150, it still runs on the board. And Pembroke have been under pressure all the way through. Losing those early wickets didn't help, obviously.
Yeah, it was always going to be a big ask, especially the way Gareth Delaney batted earlier on.
Tries to reverse Malachi and gets away with it. Very nicely played by Faker Tucker. He's a bit of an exponent of that shot. That runs away for 4.
Yeah, nice bit of improvisation there from Faker.
Well done on getting that out. Sorry, Finta, you set me up beautifully there, mate.
Yeah, I'll have to do a bit of work on my vocabulary. There's another big one.
And using the right context as well. Which sometimes is half the battle. High and handsome and straight down long off stroke. This time Faker Tucker has to go. They had to try and kick on with the scoring rate. He went after Banador. Just got under it and didn't quite clear the ropes this time. Banador has his first wicket. Pembroke are now reeling at 112 for 7. You kind of feel that's probably put this one to bed now, Finto.
Yeah, I think that's nearly basically done and dusted at this stage. And so we'll know they're on the right track. Probably be a bit disappointed at the home ground with the home support now in Pembroke, but Leinster have been the better team over the day.
Paul Lawson has been sent in. Surprised to see that, to be fair.
Paul, a brilliant competitor. He's been a brilliant servant for Pembroke for a long time now.
I thought Stapleton would come ahead of him, though, to be fair. But who am I? Quicker this time from Bahadur.
Yeah, he's a skillful bowler.
And that ends his third over. Figures of 1 for 20 now from his 3 overs. Pembroke now needing 63 from 24 deliveries. Bit of an ask, Finto. Run right now 15, just under 16 and over.
15, yeah, going to have to go hell for leather here if they want any chance at it.
Callahan to continue his fine spell.
Oh, we've been treated to some cracking cricket throughout today so far.
We have some fine hitting earlier on from Gareth Delaney, and then follow that on by Harry Tector. Cameos all the way through from the likes of Jack Tector and
probably another big turning point was probably the run out there of Jack Tector. He was playing beautifully, and I was only thinking before that himself and Harry were running so well together.
They were, yeah, they were. Unfortunate turn of events.
They had that bit of brotherly connection when they were running.
Yeah, what's Paulie Lawson going to do here? You feel he has to go from ball. Well, it's his second ball, but Pembroke need to start clearing the ropes and start clearing the ropes fast and on a regular basis. Short this time from Callahan. Signal the wide by the umpire.
The wide, yeah.
Thought that was a little bit harsh, to be fair. I thought that was more shoulder height.
Looks like he's trying to have a bit of a conversation with the umpire too.
Steve won't have none of it though. Wide was actually singled by umpire Ryan, a square leg.
Yeah, I have to say the umpires, I think they've had a very good game.
Yeah, it's been nothing controversial so far. And again, it's not over yet. Big appeal and given by umpire Steve Wood. Paul Lawson has to go. Second, third ball.
Yeah, it looked fairly straight, that one.
It did. I thought there might have been a bit of batting. It sounded like there might have been a bit of a double noise, but
yeah, he didn't look too disappointed when he was given out. And
let's have a couple of words with the umpire on the way out as well. Whatever that's about, I don't know. But Paulie Lawson has to go, and Pembroke have lost the right wicket. Yeah, he's shuffled across his stumps there, and you can see he hit him straight in front of middle of leg. Steve Wood had no option but to raise the finger.
It looked fairly dead, that.
.61 needed now from 22 deliveries.
Yeah, just a matter of time.
McCallaghan's bowled very well though, Finty.
He has.
For a young lad in the final.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. Yeah, no nerves. He's done a great job. Bit of pace about him. He's not afraid to throw a short ball here and there. It's been impressive.
Ollie Riley's the new batter.
He'll have to get their levers out. But with Leinster with one hand on the cup here at the moment.
I don't be saying things like that, Finty. Get me all excited.
Might be one biased man over here in the commentary box.
Never. Always impartial. Full and straight this time from Callahan.
Yeah, up in the block hole.
Top ball's nearly worth a wicket at this stage as the rate goes over 18 now. 61 needed from 20 deliveries. You won this competition a few years ago, Finty. I think I remember commentating on that.
A couple of years back, yeah. I played against Clontarf in the final.
And that's gone straight through the gap. Might have been a bit of an inside edge onto the bat there, but middle stump back. And that's 9 wickets down. Pembroke are on the verge.
On the verge. Might be a few celebrations in Rathmines tonight, Jonesy.
Might be a libation or two had.
Will he be joining?
I won't, I'm afraid. Yeah, inside edge onto himself, and I just ricocheted down onto the stumps. Bit unfortunate there from McDonough, or sorry, from Ollie Riley. McDonough's the new batter coming in. Callahan has got one delivery left. Fantastic figures of 3 for 25.
Yeah, himself and Moondra, who up top there he was fantastic. He really took the sting out of it. And a nice finish. Yeah, fair play to him, well done.
We're having a few technical issues. Coming into the final 3 overs now of the LHK Insurance Alan Murray T20 final down here at Sydney Parade. And we're back live with you now. Saki Banador to finish off. He bowls to Hollands. Another dot delivery. 61 off 18 now, Fenty. Not looking good for Pembroke.
No. And that one doesn't really connect with it too well. Down the ground for 1. Yeah, one hand on the cup here for Leinster. And only really a matter of time. We'll get a bit more entertainment before the end, hopefully, here.
Well, just the 1 wicket needed for Leinster. Seal a famous victory here today.
Just a play and a miss.
Top balls are golden here for Leinster. 60 off 24 needed. There we go. Straight back, and Leinster have won the competition.
And that's it. Game, set, and match.
Sedate enough celebrations, to be fair.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved. They were definitely the better side on the day, and well done to Leinster.
Yeah, the Garth Delaney was the key turning point in this game, I think.
Big time, he was crucial in that, and
his 89 of 40 or so deliveries was really crucial in Leinster getting up to 175, and then the early wickets taken, reducing Pembroke to 24 for 4. Mate, it was going to be a huge uphill battle for them, and in fairness to once the two Tector brothers got together, Pembroke were within a shout, but the run out of Jack Tector was crucial, and Harry then capitulated a couple of hours later, but it does seal a fine win for Leinster, who've won by 59 runs.
And with that, the cup goes back to Rathmines,
where it belongs,
and the celebrations will begin.
And we just look at the Pembroke batting card now. As you see, Harry Tector and Jack Tector, the two standout numbers. And in fairness, the only two in double figures, which is quite startling. And the final three failing to register a single score. So not a great card from a Pembroke perspective. All out for 115 with a couple of overs to go. The Leinster bowling figures now. Morrow up top, taking 3 for 10 in his 3 overs, was really the key to this Leinster victory in the end. He really broke into the heart and soul of the Pembroke batting order. And then Luke Callaghan coming on in the middle overs and cleaning up in there, ably supported by Sakib Badador. 3 for 25 and 2 for 21 respectively. And a fine victory in the end for Leinster.
Thoroughly deserved.
That is on the back of their All-Ireland success last year, so more silverware for the Rathmines club. It just leaves me to thank Fintan McAllister for his contributions today, and to Jim Bennett.
Thanks, Jonesy. Thanks for having us.
And Niall Walsh has been superb again today, as has Craig Senior. As you can see the match summary on your screen there, Leinster winning by 59 runs in the end. Standout innings is Garth Delaney's 85 off 38 deliveries. And Leinster Cricket Club are the LHK Insurance Alan Murray T20 winners for 2024. Just like to thank you all for watching, and come back here again soon.